So this is Vulture Mine.
Yeah.
The shafts don't exist anymore because they're either collapsed or condemned. You don't want a rock to fall on your head, but as you can see, the bones of the ghost town that surrounded the mine and were funded by it still remain.
You've really outdone yourself this season.
Yeah, I just kind of looked into places that would make me want to die, and I think this checks that box.
Yeah, it's pretty imposing. I think you nailed it.
It's gross.
Come on.
Okay. Come on. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Vulture Mine and its surrounding ghost town in Wickenburg, Arizona, as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? Shane, you've always told me that in a fantasy world where ghosts exist, your words, not mine,
Fantasy, yes.
that the only place that would be haunted is a mine. So,
yeah. Seems like a lot of misery, a lot of suffering, and people get trapped in them. So if ghosts were real, I would put my money on mine.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe tonight you'll get lucky then. Season premiere, we're gonna look around this disgusting, did I just blind you?
Right, man.
Good. It'll give you the vision.
Okay.
We got a car back there, we got some bushes. I can't think of a better way to kick off the season, right?
Great. Just don't shine your light in my face.
What was that?
Stop it.
Okay, let's get into it.
In 1863, a prospector named Henry Wickenburg found a quartz deposit with gold in Arizona's desolate Sonoran Desert and founded Vulture Mine. The mine quickly became Arizona's most successful gold mine. Imagine, if you will, a mine so rich that between 1863 and 1942, it produced over 340,000 ounces of gold and 260,000 ounces of silver. To put that into perspective, the gold alone would be valued today at a shade over $430 million.
Ooh, you could do a lot with that.
Yeah,
right?
that's safe to say.
I guess I didn't realize that places were actually flush with gold.
Yeah.
I thought one person would show up, find a pound of gold, and then 500 other people would come and be sad.
No, these hills were literally leaking gold. And it was just there for the taking.
It's the only reason I would have wanted to be alive back then. Just so I could plunder metals.
The mine was so lucrative that an accompanying mining settlement called Vulture City was built in 1866 to meet the needs of the many new miners, with a population of as many as 5,000 residents.
That's a lot for back then. I know that seems like a small number.
Here it is, yeah.
But for here, that's overflowing.
A boom town.
Just
Can you
stood in the
imagine
street.
just being in a town full of people who just do what you do?
That just love gold.
Yeah.
They're there for greed, essentially. This was a town
What are you
running-
here for? I love gold. I love gold too. I love gold as well.
Yeah,
That's everyone.
That's everyone in the town.
By the 1890s, there was a serious downturn in the mine's productivity. However, it wasn't until the outbreak of World War II that mines not essential to the war effort were shut down, ultimately forcing Vulture Mine to close. This once booming city of gold now sits vacant as a ghost town, collecting only cobwebs and dust. Eerily, skeletons of the town still remain. Dilapidated buildings and leftover landmarks of tragedy are said to be haunted by those who never left.
So this is the old ghost town. Part
Looks
of Vulture
ghostly.
City. There's the assay building.
What's up here?
That's the bordello.
Ooh.
That's the hanging tree right there.
The area in general has reports of disembodied voices, cold spots, spirit orbs, and apparitions. That being said,
Take a drink.
There it is. Whoever's playing the unsolved drinking game, that being said, I'm gonna get you all tanked this episode.
let's go over the highly active locations of this abandoned city. The first place we'll visit is the old generator room, a dingy warehouse that once powered the entire mining operation. It is here that the current owner of the mine claims a worker met an unfortunate fate.
You don't feel even a little creeped out.
No.
And of course, according to the current owner of this mine, somebody got pulled into this machine and grinded up. I don't really know what this machine does.
It's a people grinder.
It's not a people grinder, I'm sure.
It's a people grinder.
I'm sure it was used to grind, to conduct energy, not to make people into little beef patties.
Talk to us if you're the guy whose guts got all spun around up into the rafters. Anything from you?
What he said.
I didn't like it. It wasn't fun.
Yeah, what do you expect? What insight are you trying to gather from here? All right, if there's anybody in here right now with us that wants to say anything, make a noise. What is that?
What is that?
Who's walking around? What the fuck? Should we go see what it is?
Yeah. Here's a little snake.
A snake with footsteps?
Can you imagine a little snake wrapped around like a little pickaxe? With a little hat on?
You heard those, right? That wasn't me just being crazy.
I mean, I heard metal moving around. I'm not trying to do that whole dismissive thing, but I'm dismissing it.
One last time, we're about to head out of here.
All right, man. You just gotta.
Okay, I just chill. I gotta chill.
You just
I'm
gotta
gonna chill it. I'm gonna chill it.
Chill it.
Vulture Mine is also where the notorious Jacob Waltz, or as he's come to be known, the Lost Dutchman.
Oh, he sure does sound lost. Go on.
The Lost Dutchman likely worked as a foreman for several years. Allegedly, Waltz was one of the worst thieves the mine ever saw. Waltz also claimed to have a secret mine in the Superstition Mountains where he would return with enormous quantities of gold. To this day, nobody has found the location of Waltz's mine, now referred to as the Dutchman's Lost Mine, though some believe the Lost Mine doesn't exist, and that the gold Waltz claimed to find there was merely gold that he stole from Vulture.
Yeah, it was 100%. He's just showing up with pockets full of gold, and people are like,
Where'd you get
"Where'd
that,
you get
Jacob?
that?" I found it out in the hills.
It's from my secret mine. Only I know where it is. Don't check my word.
It only appeals to me at midnight.
Unfortunately, due to deterioration, the actual mining tunnels are no longer safe for entry, but there is one place open for visitors that serves as a massive tombstone to former webs of mining tunnels. This spiritually active area is unfortunately referred to as the Glory Hole.
I thought glory hole used to mean something very innocuous, though.
It was innocuous back then.
Uh-huh.
But this is not, I was about to say, it got that name because penises were No,
It's where the men fucked the earth, hoping to impregnate it with gold.
The Glory Hole is a reported site of great tragedy.
Tell me all about the tragedy, Ryan.
In 1923, this cavern collapsed after one of the stone support pillars was overmined for the valuable ores inside of it.
Wait a minute. They were mining the support beams?
Yeah.
Carl, I don't think you should do that. That's a No, there's gold in here, I know it.
Mind your own business. I'm gonna strike it big.
The collapse killed 7 miners and 12 burros, leaving their bodies trapped and undiscovered in the rubble. Former caretaker Marty Hagen believes the collapse occurred because the 7 ill-fated miners were stealing, thus chipping away extra without regulation. He believes part of the reason their bodies remained is due to the fact that they were thieves and a proper burial wasn't high priority.
Just imagine all that we're standing in was just miles of elaborate, complex, intertwining tunnels.
13 miles?
13 miles. And
That's
now
a
just
lot.
all in one fatal swoop gone, burying people down below. That's crazy. That being said, a bug flew up my nose.
Yeah, I think I've swallowed about 6 tablespoons of bugs at this point.
If there's anybody who wants to let their presence be known, say something, move something, maybe even throw something.
Rock slide would be very efficient.
God, I feel like I can't believe I'm provoking these people. It's so silent.
Aside from the bugs in my ears, yes.
Is it true that you stole gold and you were down here when you weren't supposed to be? You took a little bit more than you should have, and that's why you got crushed to death? Ooh, geez, that was
A
pretty rough.
bat flew right behind you just now.
Are you serious?
That bat was straight up going for your ass. It was an ass bat.
All right, well, I think we're gonna leave. Maybe I'll hear you later when I analyze this audio. Or, according to Shane, it'll just be rocks rustling or a rubber shoe pivoting, something stupid like that.
You honestly think we'll get audio of rocks rustling around here? What?
Another Another paranormal hotspot is the 2-story assay building, once used to produce bars of semi-pure gold and silver. Back in the day, this building contained a vault where these bars and precious metals were kept safe. It's said that the whole city in general was lawless and ran rampant with crime.
I love it. Especially, crime's even better when it just involves bars of gold.
So also one interesting fact about the city that I haven't included is it was ran mostly by vigilante justice.
Oh,
So there was just, people were running amok, stabbing people in the neck.
this is great. I'm a big fan of the West, you know?
Yeah,
Cowboys, Westerns. I like Deadwood on HBO.
It was a lot going. It was action, dancing, gold, smooching.
Dancing.
Dancing, gold, smooching, action. That's all they did back in the day.
Lordy.
Yeah, that sounds like your kind of town, except for the action part.
Yeah, I'm more of a rockin' guy.
You're more of a dancing and smooching kind of
Yeah,
guy.
bring me some gold. Bring
And
me
then-
some smooches.
And then running away from the action.
No action. No.
Even so, the assay building, due to the valuables that it was protecting, was reportedly under constant attack by avaricious bandits hoping to procure the gold inside. While we have no documentation confirming these attacks, one could assume that such a violent area may have resulted in some deaths, perhaps explaining the negative feel reported by visitors to the assay building. People have reported rocks being thrown and dust falling from the ceiling as if someone is above. One investigator captured an EVP of someone saying, "Get out."
Oh, there's a rat. There's a big ass rat.
Where'd he go?
He's behind the tarp.
Ain't that just like a rat?
This is pretty intense. This looks like some kind of kiln of some sort. I'm not sure, but
A furnace, maybe.
yeah.
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up what sounds like a loud whisper.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think that is?
Well, I think it's a whisper, but that's also because if you notice, it's going over my voice. Yeah.
It sure is.
I think it's fair to say it's not either of our voices.
Here's the thing, there's so many different noises going on at once here. And then, what, there's a ghost whisper somewhere in this little moment?
Yeah.
And what does it say? It just goes,
I think
that's the message from the great beyond.
Well, it's-
God said, go back to Earth. You're not done yet. I want you to tell them something. Oh, what do you want me to tell them?
Is there anybody in here with us right now?
Other than the rat.
Other than the rat? So this is the storage room. This is where they actually kept all the bars of gold. There's a vault in here somewhere.
Great.
And I imagine this is the room that was under constant attack by bandits.
Maybe there's some leftovers.
I doubt it. Holy moly.
How you feeling, Ryan? Does this
don't like
place
this.
spook you? Or
Yeah, I don't like that room.
what don't you like about this room?
Oh, God. Is there anybody in here with us? I feel like there is.
Do you feel someone in here? Oh, there's another rat
Where?
on the ground.
Dead?
No, he's moving around. He's under the wood.
Oh.
Just a heads up.
Right now we are in the living quarters of the assay office. We have a motion light right there. We're gonna ask something to walk near that table. I mean, there's a tripod right there, there's a tripod right there. There's our GoPros, obviously Shayna has a camera. We are the only ones in this building.
Nobody else in the room.
This is gonna be insane. If this turns on, I'm gonna lose my mind. If you're here once again, please step near that table. There's a white box on top of it. Just step near it. This table. Oh, this is making me so sad.
I'm not gonna gloat here because just at a certain point I feel bad for you. But what happened to the thing where you talk to them like you're one of their pals in the era?
Well, like a cowboy accent like this.
Howdy, I'm just here to steal your gold.
You can do me a favor. Take that gold right there on the table.
Didn't take you for a coward.
I guess that's all you are.
I stole your gold and your wife.
Another troublesome landmark at Vulture Mine is the hanging tree that still stands on the property.
I just like that they found one good tree and they were like, that's the one.
This one's sturdy.
We're gonna use that over and over.
It's not doing anything else besides casting shade. Not throwing shade, but casting shade.
Do you think people felt bad catching shade from that tree on a sunny
Oh, I
day?
can't imagine they picnicked under the hanging tree, especially because a lot of times they just left the body hanging there.
What?
Anyways, moving on.
In fact, Some believe that Henry Wickenburg, who at the end of his life declined in both health and wealth, committed suicide by gunshot near this tree. Either way, the remains of Wickenburg's personal cabin still sit by this tree. But as the name would suggest, this tree held a much more ominous purpose. According to legend, as many as 18 miners were hung from this very tree between the 1860s to about 1900, the crime being stealing. It's said that hangings at this time were particularly brutal, due to the fact that the condemned person was set on a rock, which was then kicked out from under him. Using this method, the amount of time it would take to die/suffocate could take between 2 minutes and 2 hours.
Oh, no neck snapping, huh?
No, they would just sit there on their tippy toes, and eventually they would get tired, and they
That's
would
rude.
slowly suffocate. Yeah, I know.
You
it's
just
very-
want to just be a gentleman. If you're going to hang someone, be a gentleman
Well,
about
also
it.
don't steal. You want to dance with the devil, you gotta live with it when he sets you on fire.
Okay. You can embroider that on a pillow or something?
No,
It's a very, it's like an old maxim.
I don't think that's actually. I just made that up.
Oh, very good.
Okay, well,
Very good.
great.
Even more horrifying, they apparently wouldn't bury the bodies in a cemetery, but instead on site. Some believe there are bodies littered around the area.
I mean, this is a hell of a tree.
I mean, it definitely has character. It looks like a Tim Burton tree.
This looks like one of those Wizard of Oz trees that comes to life and fucks you up.
By the way, this foundation. Was that a bat or was that a bird?
We're in backcountry, buddy.
Fucking, I don't want them flying towards my face all the time. Jesus. This is Wickenburg's house right here. The man himself, the guy who pretty much died in the streets. Why don't we just reach out right here, in between the hanging tree and Wickenburg's house? Kill two birds with one stone.
I do like that his home was right by the tree. He was like, well, we'll hang these men right outside my bedroom window.
He probably likes sipping on a little cup of tea, watching them kick to their death. And that's what you get, stealing from our minds.
Jesus. Maybe this guy did deserve to die in the streets.
Yeah. All right, there's anybody here right now, whether it be Henry or any of the 18 anonymous who hanged from this tree. Oh, I got a sudden hint of bravery right now.
Use it. Please take advantage of this
Yeah,
moment.
I'm feeling brave right now.
Put him in his place.
Yeah, show yourself. If there was actually 18 people who met their death at this spot, show yourself. Oh, that's just the camera hitting the branches. I immediately lost all the courage I had as soon as I heard a noise.
He thinks you're cowards.
I retract that.
Thieves.
I was in a moment of, I think it's a little hot out here. I got a little bit of heat
Scoundrels.
stroke.
Scoundrel!
Arguably the most active area on the property is the old schoolhouse, used to educate the children of the miners. People have reported seeing a dark figure and hearing children's laughter. In one instance, an investigator was physically attacked by being pushed. Rumor has it that near the schoolhouse, there is a mass grave of children who died of the plague, feeding the spiritual activity within the house.
So what's the factual basis behind the plague? What plague?
I don't know. There's no records, all right? You know, sometimes.
What plague? What, did a teacher just like open up her mouth and flies came out? And
I don't know. It says, rumor has it, there's a mass
a lot
grave.
of rumors in this one, huh?
They're trying to figure out why this house is so active, full of school children.
Yeah.
And rumor is there's a mass grave, and that's all I could offer.
So when you read something like that, are you going to be scared tonight to go over there?
Yeah, I'm gonna be scared. I'm scared sitting here. I got scared by rain.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
This is the main room. I'm guessing this is where the kids were taught. There's a chalkboard. They will come for you. I heart ghost kids.
I heard ghost kids.
Now, once again, people hear laughter in here. Some people have even said they think they heard the piano play. God, I hate this whole building.
How about this room, huh?
Oh boy,
Not bad.
this is a nightmare.
Look, it says help on the wall.
Oh my God,
What?
it's a fucking dead bird.
What? Oh, that's an omen or something.
Why is there a dead bird in here?
There was probably a live bird in here and then something happened that made it dead.
Oh, great analysis, Doc. Oh Jesus, it's so rotted, its eyes are gone. This is horrifying.
Well, its eyes aren't gonna stick
I wonder
around.
what's in that closet. Nope, don't even check.
I'll check. What if I open this and 1,000 rattlesnakes jump out?
Then I'm gonna run.
All right. Let's boogie, boys. It's a mattress. And dirt.
As Shane looks inside the door, our audio recorder picks up what sounds like a whisper from a small child.
And dirt. Again, I don't find it compelling. I don't listen to these and outright think I'm gonna deny all of these just because I have to prove a point. I just don't find it very compelling.
Will you at least admit that it's more compelling than the other one?
Yeah, it sounds like something being scraped. It sounds like a
Are
scrape.
you kidding? This one sounds like a kid.
That sounds like a kid.
To me it does, like an evil little kid.
On the first day of kindergarten, the teacher goes, "And what's your name?" And the kid says,
What's in this one?
"This is fun because now you have to open this door because I opened that one. What if you pick the wrong one and there's like a clown with a decaying face in there?"
What did you pick the wrong one? There's a fucking clown with a decaying face.
Open the door. Stop joking.
What if, okay, I'm running, just letting you know.
There's a lot of glass.
Just a closet, just a closet, just a closet.
Don't step on the bird.
All right, we're gonna kill our lights, and when we do,
Hey, by the way, this is growth. You're killing your light without even whining about it or being afraid.
I wanna find some proof.
Okay, cool. Please communicate with us. Here we go.
Oh my God. Okay, if there's anybody here right now, make a noise, move something. I guess touch us if you want.
Touch us.
Shut up, Shane. I think that door's opening. I didn't want to say anything, but it's,
Oh, it is.
it's moving.
Is that upsetting to you?
I think that door's opening. It may be the wind. I'm gonna say it's the wind. If that is you opening the door, please swing it open. Oh God.
It is certainly opening.
Oh my God, I'm fucking getting the chills. Oh my God, I'm freaking out, man. I'm freaking out.
Put your hands on my shoulder. I'll keep my back to you.
God, please.
I don't even need to see you. Open that door wider and wider.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm getting, I goosed all the hair on my body standing up right now.
Come on, children, push that door open.
Please. Okay, we're leaving now. I'm gonna turn my light back on. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if it was actually opening or if it was just...
Oh, it was opening.
Oh, was it?
My heart is beating so fast. Let me get the fuck out of here.
All right.
To finish this out, let's visit one of the entertainment venues, much like a miner after a long day. One of these venues was a bordello that still stands today. It is here that the spirit of a woman named Mexican Rita is said to exist.
All right, this is the bordello suite. This is where the fellas went to get their carrot waxed, so to speak.
That is not a euphemism.
Oh, it is. Their carrot was shiny.
Let's play a game of bury the corn cob.
Now you see it, now you don't. Ooh, I don't like it in here.
No?
Jokes aside, I kind of hate it in here. Ooh, boy. Oh, holy fucking God damn it, more bats. Jesus Christ, with the bats in this place. Fucking. All right, ready? I'm gonna be silent.
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up a voice, possibly saying, "What?"
Again, it doesn't sound like a voice.
That clear. Okay, what did you think it saw?
It just sounded like us moving around.
We
We were
listen to it
both
again.
crouched on the ground, moving around.
Yeah, listen to what word you think this is saying. I think it's pretty clear what it's saying.
I guess I could hear a what.
Thank you. That clearly sounds like what to me.
Yeah, it could also be 20 other things. What?
Okay, at least say this. It's more compelling than the other two.
It's the best you've gotten so far. But
Ever?
it also sounds... Yeah, probably.
It's pretty good, right?
Everything else you have is shit.
Shit.
Rita, or maybe one of the gents. Henry, if you used to frequent this bordello, or is anybody in here with us? What's your name?
What did you stop in for?
We know what they stopped in for. They came in
Like, I
here
want
to...
specifics.
You mean they came in here to get their pickle polished? It's pretty obvious.
I know.
Oh, the bat's back. Maybe let's move to the other room. Oh, there's 2 rooms. Oh, this must, okay, so these must be
there's more bats.
Oh, wait, there's 2 bats. Oh, there's 3. Oh my God. Oh,
This is bat country.
oh, there's so many bats. Oh.
All right, it's too many bats.
If I left a Yelp review of this place, it would say far too many bats.
Far too many bats. We get it with the bats.
Yeah, 20 too many. 1 bat's fine. That's kind of cute.
At this point, who are you trying to impress with
But
all
a
the
band
bats?
of bats, come on, man. It's a goddamn party city. in
Nobody
there.
needs that many bats.
No one can say for certain if the former residents of Vulture Mine haunt this historic site. It was a place of great prosperity, but also violence and tragedy, making it reasonable to expect spiritual artifacts. But whether or not Vulture Mine is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we examine 3 of the most compelling cases of alien abduction, at least in my opinion.
I mean, the possibility that aliens exist is very likely. I don't know if I believe most of what you're about to say.
I just don't understand how you could believe in aliens, but then just not, believe in the prospect that they could maybe kind of, poke around a little bit. Put a little rod up your butthole, stuff like that.
I don't know. I don't think they're here.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, I'm gonna get into it now. Here we go.
The first case is the abduction of Travis Walton. On Wednesday, November 5th, 1975, Travis Walton was working in a 7-man tree thinning crew in Apache Sitgreaves National Forest near Heber, Arizona. At the end of the day, on the drive back home, Travis noticed a bright light coming through the trees. When the men got closer, they saw that it was, quote, a strange golden disc, end quote, hovering stationary about 20 feet off the ground, with a 15 to 20 foot diameter and 8 to 10 foot width. Though his coworkers warned that he should stay away, Travis approached the craft, hearing loud vibrations as the craft began spinning erratically. Suddenly, a blue-green light sprung from the craft, striking Travis in the chest and head, catapulting him backwards several feet.
Do you think Travis was me in this situation?
Oh, yeah. Travis is the guy who dies first in a scary movie.
Yeah, because in that situation, I probably would walk toward it, and then that'd be the end of me.
What would your thought be as you walk towards this extremely bright light through the trees?
Like, get a load of this shit.
That's the last thought you'd have in your head?
I'd probably be curious. I'd walk toward it.
What would make you curious enough to walk towards it? Because you have a scientific mind, you see this bright light coming through the trees. What do you think it is at first glance?
Aurora Borealis or something?
You would be the best person to get abducted.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The aliens would get tired of me. They'd kick me off.
You'd be like, oh, good costumes.
Yeah.
Travis remembers, quote, all I felt was the numbing force of a blow that felt like a high voltage electrocution. My mind sank quickly into unfeeling blackness, end quote. Having witnessed this, Travis's friends fled the scene, assuming Travis to be dead.
Aren't these like burly lumberjacks? What are they afraid of?
I mean, I would be afraid of a giant spinning disc that shocked my friend.
It sounds like kind of a funny image when you think of it, though.
A bunch of scared lumberjacks.
No, you're like your big burly friend being like, no, check it out. And then just, and then everybody just running.
His eyeballs pop out.
Yeah, just smoking.
In their retreat, one of the men observed the saucer fly up to the top of the trees and away to the northeast. Some of the men returned to the scene out of guilt, only to find that Travis was no longer there.
So they went back for him. Mm-hmm. It took them a day to come to their senses, but if you see some crazy shit, your impulse is to run, at least a normal person's impulse is to run.
Bring a gun.
Sure, let's pretend they had guns.
Yeah.
There's a giant hovering disc that's spinning at top speed
Shoot it with your fucking gun.
and shot a bolt of lightning through a man's chest, and your solution is to shoot at it with a pistol?
Better than standing there and let it shock you and poop your pants and
How about
fall.
run? What they did.
Huh?
This
No.
is why you would die first in a movie. So basically what we just went over was the experience as witnessed by all these men.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's board the train to Crazy Town and go into Travis's recollection of what happened when he woke up. And this is only his recollection.
Before we get into this, is there anything we need to know about Travis?
No,
Okay.
normal dude.
Normal dude.
According to Travis's own writing about the experience, Travis awoke in what appeared to be a medical office or lab with a triangular ceiling among 3 humanoid beings with large brown eyes and abnormally large heads. They stood under 5 feet tall and were wearing soft, billowy orange-brown overalls.
What? They're like minions?
I guess they were like minions.
Now I'm just gonna imagine this guy being operated on by minions.
Travis attacked the 3 beings, who then retreated. As Travis explored other rooms in an attempt to escape, he encountered a large, muscular man wearing a helmet, who forced him out of the craft into a warehouse with other saucers, eventually leading him into another room with 3 more people, all very good-looking. Quote, 2 men and a woman were standing around the table. They were all wearing velvety blue uniforms like the first man's, except that they had no helmets. The 2 men had the same muscularity and the same masculine good looks as the first man. The woman also had a face and figure that was the epitome of her gender. They were smooth-skinned and blemishless. No moles, freckles, wrinkles, or scars marked their skin.
This guy sounds a little bit creepy right now. Because you'd think if you were on a spaceship, internalizing a lot of information right now, you know, you're surrounded by aliens, suddenly you see other people and you're not like, you don't go up to them and say, hey, what the fuck is going on? Instead, you're looking at them going, no blemishes.
No, I'm just...
Smooth, like porcelain.
I'm imagining...
The epitome of her gender.
I'm imagining...
Oh.
It's creepy. The striking good looks of the man I had first met became more obvious on seeing them all together. They shared a family-like resemblance, although they were not identical. End quote. These people gently pushed him onto a table and put a mask over his mouth and nose, at which point Travis passed out. The next thing Travis knew, he was lying on the ground in Heber, Arizona. He saw a silvery disc-shaped craft hovering above the road near him, which then flew straight up into the sky and disappeared silently. Although he only believed he was gone for an hour or an hour and a half, he later learned he had been missing for 5 days. Over this period of 5 days, the rest of Travis's crew came under investigation for Travis's disappearance. During this investigation, the suspects underwent psychiatric testing and polygraphs, during which none of the men confessed to faking the abduction. All of the later lie detector tests administered to Travis and the other witnesses came back as passing or inconclusive. A psychiatrist suspected that the entire abduction was in Travis's imagination, but could not explain why the others went along with it. In a recent HuffPost Weird News podcast, Travis said, quote, about 15 years later, it was discovered that the trees nearest to where the UFO hovered had been producing wood fiber at 36 times the rate it had been in the 85 years before that. A complete core sampling revealed that this thickened growth was only on the side of the trees towards or in the direction that the craft had been, end quote. As if this case couldn't get any more bizarre, Travis appeared on Fox's Moment of Truth game show, where a polygraph was conducted on stage. This particular polygraph determined that he was not telling the truth about his abduction. Regardless, Travis maintains that the events transpired as he has told them. His polygraph and all the witnesses' polygraphs that were taken earlier in an official place were all passing or inconclusive. So that's what matters to me. I think this game show thing doesn't really prove shit.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive.
Can't we just, wow. Anytime anyone has inconclusive evidence about a polygraph like that, just bring him back in. How hard is that?
I suppose.
Where you at, Travis? Where you at?
You want him to tell you about the orange billowy uniform?
I want to hear about
overalls?
it. I want to ask him why he was so obsessed with their skin.
What was the fabric like? Was it denim?
It was a fine lame.
The second case is the abduction of Linda Napolitano. UFOologist Bud Hopkins worked closely with Linda to document and publicize her case. On November 30th, 1989, around 3:15 a.m. in New York City, Linda Napolitano claims she awoke to find short aliens around her bed. She found herself unable to wake up her husband as she perceived the beings to be telling her to be quiet in an odd language. The 3 beings then levitated her outside her 12th-story apartment window, floating in a blue-white light up into a clamshell-shaped spaceship.
Okay, wait, hang on a sec though. Let's pause. She thought they were telling her to be quiet. Mm-hmm. Was she scared? Is this why she just went with it?
I'm gonna assume that there must be some kind of calming influence to them.
Okay.
Like, I don't think they would just go into, like, you don't break into someone's house and go, shh.
Right, without that person going, what the fuck?
I know, especially if you look like a minion. Once inside, the beings experimented on her, including putting an instrument inside her nose. After, she woke up nearly 2 hours later at 5 a.m., next to her husband in bed. In 1991, 2 years after the abduction, Linda reached out to Hopkins with an X-ray of her nose showing a cylindrical object that Hopkins describes as having, quote, spiraling extensions that curl out away from her face, end quote. The X-ray was taken by podiatric surgeon and Linda's niece, Lisa Bayer. Shortly after, Linda claimed the object was removed during another abduction. Hopkins reports that Linda visited a nose and throat specialist who confirmed the object was gone. A conspicuous ridge of built-up cartilage showed where it had once been embedded.
I don't like nose stuff.
Neither do I. If we captured an alien, the first thing we would do is try to figure out their anatomy. We would say, okay, what's this hole do?
I feel like you'd at least try
shit,
to
that's his
talk
pee
to
hole.
it or observe it and not just shove shit into its holes.
I mean, in science, there's a certain amount of guess and check, and that may mean you accidentally stick your finger in a butthole or two. That's science.
They also have small fingers, right?
I'm sure they have
small but long.
E.T. had a long finger, so he could get some distance and he could go way up into that butthole.
E.T. would be a good doctor.
He would be. Ouch. These details are somewhat common among abduction tales, but what makes this case famous are the supposed witnesses to the event. In 1991, nearly 2 years after Linda's abduction, Hopkins received a letter from a police officer detailing an experience with his partner in November 1989. The two were sitting underneath the FDR Bridge when they saw a blue light with a woman being levitated alongside 3 strange beings as they made their way into the light. They reportedly felt guilty for not helping the woman, and one officer had a nervous breakdown, spending nights parked underneath her building.
They're cops!
Okay.
Take out your guns and start shooting the light. And if you can't hit the light, then shoot the lady in the head, because obviously you don't want her to go out of outer space.
You'd be the worst diplomat when it comes to alien-human relations. Every fucking solution you've offered is shoot at them with their gun.
What do you want? We shoot at people if they're in a no-fly zone. You know, we'll shoot down a plane if it's unidentified and it's not supposed to be somewhere. Sure.
Not every fucking alien interaction is Independence Day. Sometimes it could be like E.T. What if they just want to come and have a beautiful relationship with a little boy named Elliot?
Didn't even Carl Sagan? Didn't he say?
Oh my God! Again with the fucking Carl
I'm just
Sagan.
thinking. He said if aliens ever come here, it's not going to be pretty.
Hopkins told Linda not to speak with the officers if they reached out to her to avoid contaminating their accounts. Unfortunately, the two visited Linda multiple times on their own volition, revealing their names to be Richard and Dan, looking for answers about what they saw that night. Linda directed them to Hopkins, and in a few weeks, Hopkins received a letter. This letter revealed that the two officers were actually bodyguards on a security detail for, quote, an important political figure, end quote. This political figure, who was also present with the two bodyguards during the abduction, also signed the letter, albeit under the moniker him. Some UFOologists believe this figure is the former Secretary General of the UN, Javier Perez de Quelar. However, while this seems impressive in terms of proof, it should be noted that Hopkins never physically met with Richard and Dan, and only corresponded via letters. This has led many to believe that Hopkins was the victim of a hoax, where either Linda made up Richard and Dan alone, or Linda and a group of people coordinated to complete the hoax.
Do we have records of these people being real?
I mean, like, I haven't seen those records,
You haven't seen those records.
but that's because it's to protect their identity.
Why are they so nervous about their identity?
Because it's embarrassing, and if they found...
So they could put arrest,
They tried to get the political figure to confess. They couldn't, because obviously he'd be mocked forever if he said, I saw a lady floating out of her 12th-story window in a blue light. Like, that obviously does not sound like something you'd want from a political figure, a man making important decisions. One takedown of the story in the book The Trickster and the Paranormal cites a person who formerly served in Dignitary Protective Services, who explained that details of the night of the abduction provided by Richard and Dan didn't line up with security protocol for moving officials.
womp womp.
I mean, take that for what it is.
Okay.
Also, I don't imagine that security protocol for moving officials has like a fucking like page or two dedicated to what happens if an alien ship lands above you.
But at this level, you'd think they would be professionals, right?
It's an alien! Still, according to Sean F. Mears, a UFO and alien abduction researcher who worked with Hopkins, there are 23 witnesses on the public record, ranging from family and friends to complete strangers. 3 of these strangers worked at the nearby New York Post, one of whom was an investigative reporter named Steve Dunleavy. Despite the questioned credibility of the 2 main witnesses, Linda maintains the truth lies in all the witnesses. She has said, quote, "If I was hallucinating, then the witnesses saw my hallucination. That sounds crazier than the whole abduction phenomenon," end quote. There were a lot of witnesses.
It's juicy.
I'm just saying, her quote makes sense to me.
Yeah. This one, I would buy this over.
Travis Walton
Yeah.
and other, like Allagash and all that shit.
Yeah.
The third case is the abduction of Frederick Valentich. This case is a little different from the others in that the abducted person never returned. On October 21st, 1978, at 6:19 p.m., instructor pilot Frederick Valentich began the flight from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria, Australia to King Island, Tasmania, over the Bass Strait in a Cessna 182L. His destination was only about an hour away. Visibility was good, and there were only light winds. Valentich, 20 years old at the time, reportedly wanted to get more flight hours in. Valentich made contact with Steve Roby at Air Traffic Control in Melbourne between 7:06 and 7:12 p.m. During the transmission, Valentich asked whether there was any known aircraft in his area. After Air Traffic Control said there was not, Valentich claimed a large unknown aircraft was flying about 1,000 feet above him at a fast speed with 4 bright lights. Valentich then reportedly said, quote, "It seems to be playing some sort of game. He's flying over me. It's not an aircraft," end quote.
What does he mean by it's not an aircraft?
It didn't look like any aircraft he'd ever seen before.
Okay.
Pretty
Oh, he's saying like it doesn't look like an airplane?
Yeah, I mean, like, he's also probably not thinking through his words right now. He's seeing a fucking alien ship
You always
above
go
him.
with this. They're not thinking about their words.
Because they're not. There's an alien in front of you. You're not going to be the most well-spoken you've ever been in front of an alien.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. He continued to describe the craft, saying, quote, "It seems like it's stationary. What I'm doing right now is orbiting, and the thing is just orbiting on top of me. Also, it's got a green light and sort of metallic. It's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished," end quote. His last message around 7:12 p.m. to Air Traffic Control was, quote, "Melbourne, that strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It is hovering, and it's not an aircraft," end quote. After 17 seconds of silence, there was a loud sound of metal scraping. Authorities are said to have searched the area for 4 days, but found nothing, and Valentich was never seen again. What do you think of the 17 seconds of silence and then just metal sounds?
I love it.
It's horrifying.
It's great.
It's honestly, like, reading that gave me chills.
Yeah, it's good.
So wait a second, I'm just confused because normally at this point, I'm used to wanting to rip your head off, but right now we are in agreement that this is pretty plausible.
I think I'm just very discerning with my abduction stories. Like I said, I do believe in aliens, but I don't believe that most people, I'm not buying a lot of the encounters that people describe, because a lot of times they don't,
It's,
you know, it seems like they're either trying to cash in or they're just insane. But this, I don't know.
what are you
know,
cashing in for if you disappeared
What do you
forever?
cash in for if you disappear forever?
In May 1982, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Summary's cause of the accident read, quote, "The reason for the disappearance of the aircraft has not been determined," end quote. A. Woodward, the man who signed off on the report, offered pure, unfiltered speculation that Valentich could have been disoriented, suicidal, or even the victim of a meteorite crash.
Meteorites don't hover over.
It wasn't an alien, he got hit by a meteor.
It's a big fireball, I see it.
No, what the fuck? You don't disprove something that's unbelievable by something that's even more unbelievable. Also, we would have records of a meteorite crashing and hitting the fucking Earth. One alternate theory comes from a feature story in a 2013 issue of Skeptical Inquirer. The story mentions that Valentich was inexperienced as a pilot and had supposedly been cited twice for deliberately flying blind into a cloud. According to another source, Valentich was reportedly fascinated with UFOs and even had a UFO scrapbook with him when he disappeared.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop.
This is what happened. This has happened a couple other times.
Yeah, yeah.
You always present a very, like, you get the case presented in a way that makes me say, all right,
There's strong rhetoric to
not
build
bad.
up to that, right?
Yeah, you do a pretty good job of that. And then And then you throw something like this in, like, he was obsessed with UFOs
Okay,
and wrote
he was-
fan fiction about himself dying at the hand of a UFO.
I did not say that. I said reportedly fascinated with UFOs.
The publication Skeptical Inquirer posits that Valentich's experience was some mixture of wanting to see something, being easily led to believe that anything he didn't recognize was a UFO, becoming disoriented, and or mistaking stars and the Cessna's own lights as lights from another object.
They discredit him a fair amount.
I don't think
Not
so.
entirely. I still find it convincing. I mean, I find it intriguing because the plain UFO encounters are always the most convincing to me.
However, it should be mentioned that other sources contest that Valentich was an experienced pilot. It's also worth noting that the Cessna 182 planes were designed to float in the case of a water landing. Historian Reg Watson has also found numerous reports of UFO sightings, including reports of cigar-shaped lights seen near King Island, Australia, for 2 months prior to Valentich's disappearance. A farmer allegedly saw a craft flying over his land near Adelaide the morning after Valentich vanished. He claimed that Valentich's plane was stuck to the side of the craft. Furthermore, one of the last pieces of information on record was Valentich reaching Cape Otway at 7 p.m. Here's a photograph taken off Cape Otway 20 minutes before Valentich vanished that shows a strange shape in the sky.
Let's see the picture.
Here we go. Right there. See?
What are we looking at here?
That's the sky, and that's the weird object. If this is legit, this corroborates.
But
the
this also
timeline.
doesn't look like a UFO either, does it?
Well, we don't really know what a UFO looks like, do we?
Looks like some like God spit out his gum.
Sure, but you saying this doesn't really look like a UFO is exactly the same thing as saying like, oh, this doesn't look like a lava monster.
But you
because we
just-
don't know what a lava monster looks like. We don't know what a UFO looks like. They're apparently made up. So until we see definitive proof, I think that this is a very strong case if this happened.
And you're welcome to think that.
Oh my God.
That's fine.
Ultimately, nobody can say for sure if aliens are real, let alone alien abductions. Until we procure solid physical evidence beyond eyewitness testimony, the lore behind aliens and abduction will likely remain just that, lore. Hopefully one day we'll have a definitive answer, but for now, whether or not aliens abduct humans will remain unsolved.
Can you at least say that you have some sort of ambivalence to this?
I will say that there is a possibility that some of these have a shred of truth to them.
All right, get out. That's not what it sounds like.
Yeah. Ah, my butthole!
Ouch.
Here we are. It's like a slumber party.
No. Somebody down here? This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Eastern State Penitentiary as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? Back in the day, this prison used to be quite the horrible place.
Think we're gonna die here tonight?
Well, I mean, look at it visually, it's a bit much.
It's striking. Very spacious.
Horrifying, chilling, just overall not good is how I would describe it, but, you know.
I hear bats.
Cool. Should we just get this over with?
I think so.
Oh, okay, we leave
Oh,
that
we
way.
could go this way?
We could go that way too. I'll just go in one of these little holes. No, I won't.
On October 25th, 1829, Eastern State Penitentiary opened its doors as part of the reformatory Pennsylvania system, a vision to create a humane prison where labor, complete solitude, and discipline together would make inmates penitent, hence the term penitentiary.
I do like that this is the basis, or this is the origin story for the word penitentiary.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Only the penitent man will pass.
Seems like at a certain point in history, they figured out that maybe locking someone in a dark room was bad for the brain.
This was this part of history.
Unfortunately, the prison went overboard in its definition of solitude. Initially designed to hold 250 prisoners, with Gothic architecture intentionally built to be intimidating to outsiders, the prison would use extreme measures to guarantee absolute solitary confinement. All prisoners stayed in their own cells and were not to interact with any other inmates. They also had extremely limited contact with prison guards and other personnel. Private outdoor areas were designed so inmates could exercise without interacting.
Were they all wearing little striped?
No, they all didn't look like the Hamburglar. This place was much more sinister.
Think that guy ever got solitary?
Yeah, but I always saw him as like a kind of funny little man.
He's a fucking criminal, Ryan.
Jesus Christ. He's stealing burgers. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not his.
Yeah, I do know when I try to steal your food, you get really upset, so.
Well, wouldn't you?
No, sharing is caring.
Go fuck yourself.
Inmates were allowed outside for 1 hour each day, and when they did leave their cells, hoods were put over their heads to prevent communication and knowledge of the layout of the prison. Their cells became their world. They worked in there, they ate in there, and they were not allowed to have any contact with the outside world, either in the form of letters, visits from family, or newspapers.
All right, so this is cell block 1. This is one of the original 7 cell blocks when this prison was first constructed. Ironically, these like high vaulted ceilings are supposed to kind of like mimic church architecture,
Yeah.
to invoke a feeling of God or penance.
Did it work?
No, actually it just drove them mad.
Yeah.
You'll see that soon here. They would be locked in these cells, which you can see right here. There's an interior, and then they would close this. And this was for the purpose of enforcing silence so that they couldn't even see each other.
All right,
Well-
are you gonna go in there? Experience it?
I guess.
We'll give you, what, 2 minutes in solitary?
Wait, what, me, just myself?
Yeah, it's solitary. You gotta experience it. You gotta be solitary. It's right there in the name.
That works, right?
All right, good luck.
2 minutes? Oh, God. Oh my God, I fucking hate this. I could see why this drove you mad. I don't think this was very nice or humane. What the fuck are you doing? Stop banging on the door, you dick.
You gotta be quiet.
This silence was enforced by prison guards, who for years faced allegations of abusing the prisoners, despite the system being created for the prisoners and guards to rarely interact. Some of the more grueling punishments included dunking inmates in a bath during winter, after which they were hung up on a wall so that ice formed on their skin.
Nobody came around and...
You know who actually came around? Charles Dickens.
So Charles Dickens specifically was like, oh, I'm gonna go to America, see that prison. Why is
That's
it
Australian.
Australian?
That's-
It always comes out Australian.
You can try it again.
Hello, I'm Charles Dickens.
Holy shit.
I'm here to see your prisoners.
That sounded a little bit
Is that better?
sounded
I was
better.
trying to go, I was leaning more toward Kane. If I use Kane as my touchstone, I can kind of...
Caine?
Michael.
Caine. Oh, Michael Caine.
Michael Caine.
Oh, that's much easier.
Why has that prisoner got ice all over him? You got yourself a prisoner pop.
In the mad chair, prisoners would be bound so tightly that their circulation was cut off, which sometimes left them permanently injured, and some say led to amputation in some cases. An iron gag was also used, which was secured to an inmate's mouth, ripping the tongue and mouth, while hands were tied behind the back, and there's even one recorded instance in which an inmate died as a result of this iron gag. If I was given a pad of paper and was like, what terrible things could I do to people?
Yeah.
I would not think of a device where my own leverage of my hands makes the fucking thing on my mouth tighten. That's
Yeah, I'm
fucked
just
up.
imagining an insane man. Like someone just going to the head of the prison and registering a very normal complaint, saying like, well, this one prisoner's being very loud. Okay.
Let us put a metal device in his mouth and we'll tear his tongue out.
Or it was, in fact, Jigsaw. This is his origin story. All the prison guards are sitting in a room, they're brainstorming, like, what can we do to make these prisoners fucking obey us? And all of a sudden they hear,
He's in a little chair, right?
and then all of a sudden the door opens and a little tricycle runs in. Rides in.
Oh, he's on a tricycle?
He's a little tricycle rides.
Do you have a Jeep?
Gentlemen,
Oh, is that him?
I want to play a game. I got plenty of ideas for your little prison.
Here I am now, in prison.
Well, adios.
Bye. Oh, it's so silent.
Somebody down here? Oh my God.
What are you doing?
I don't know, there's something creaking down here. It sounds like someone trying to get out of the cell. Don't get scared by my long-legged friend. I heard you. Where are you?
It's probably a raccoon.
There was wood creaking down here. Down here is actually where the more period accurate cells where you could actually see the feeding holes. Where are you? We just want to see you. I'm not gonna freak out.
Oh shit.
Was that, stop. Was that you? You heard that, right?
I heard it.
Dude, this place. Oh, Jesus, chills. I know you're here.
There it is again.
This thing is fucking with us. You see something? Jesus, okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
By 1866, solitary confinement at the prison would start to be phased out, and the Pennsylvania system was officially abandoned in 1913. But ironically, a prison that was once too solitary would become too crowded, opening the door to a whole new set of horrors. By 1926, there were over 1,700 inmates at Eastern State. This resulted in 2 or even 3 inmates sharing cells, some of which were originally intended to only hold 1 person. In 1933, inmates rioted against overcrowding by setting fire to cells. It's possible this could offer an explanation for the activity in cell block 12. Voices and a cackling, high-pitched laugh have been heard. Tour guides have reported that the cell doors on the 3rd floor of cell block 12 seemingly open by themselves when nobody's looking. In an episode of Ghost Hunters, the crew believed they spotted a figure running on the catwalk in cell block 12.
To test this, since this hallway goes down so far, you can see the wall down there.
Yeah.
Let's put 4 motion lights along here, and we'll call the ghost to run towards us. Because I imagine with the historical context, maybe people are running because there was a lot of prison riots and attempted escapes. Maybe that's what we're seeing. All right, 1 light going down.
So Ryan is now going to bravely demonstrate.
Oh, fuck.
That's literally the thing you just put down and walked over there to
Shut
take.
up.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait till these turn off. Then I'll just be over here in darkness.
Okay. So, starter pistol. Ka-chow! Yes, that certainly would be something if we saw them all turn on like that.
So, I think you could see us over here. I have a light. I have a little recorder too. If you could see us over there at the end of the hall, please run or walk towards us.
Oh! What the fuck is wrong with you? What? What did you see?
Shut up.
There are over 1,000 entries recorded in the prison's death ledger, a book that documents which inmates died and by what cause in the years that Eastern State was operating. A good portion of these deaths were from sickness, such as tuberculosis. Other deaths were due to suicide, or even murder. One of those murders occurred in cell block 8 in cell 49, where an inmate named Joseph Havel stabbed his cellmate George Kopp to death with a pair of scissors.
As you already know, there was a death ledger of over 1,000 deaths in here, in this prison, not this cell in particular. This is cell 49 in block 8. So this is the cell where Joseph Havel stabbed George Kopp to death with a pair of scissors. Now we're gonna, for the first time, use a gadget that's been requested for quite a bit, and one I've always been interested in. It's called a spirit box. So basically, it's a radio tuner that scans radio frequencies. And what it does is it scans the frequencies at a rate of 1500ths of a second. So every 1500ths of a second, it skips to a new channel, then a new channel, then a new channel. And what that does is it creates white noise that spirits are said to be able to manipulate to communicate with us.
And who says this?
Paranormalists.
Uh-huh.
It could be just radio interference that's coming through, but since it's scanning at such a fast rate, if there's words that are longer than a 1500ths of a second,
Then we know.
Then we know that that's a spirit talking to us.
Yeah,
It's gonna be very loud, watch your ears.
What? How loud? Okay.
All right, so I'm scanning at 150, so 1500ths of a second. Is there a Joseph Havel in here, or George Kopp? Either one of you. Joseph Havel, you stabbed George Kopp, why did you do that?
If you forgot maybe your human name, just look at your ghostly torso. Whoa.
What was that? Did you hear Get Out? Oh God, it's already happening. This is our first interaction with the spirit box. What do you think? Have a taste.
I gotta be honest, the spirit box doesn't really compel me very much. It's,
Do you not buy into the science of it?
no.
Well, what do you think about the fact that it's scanning radio frequencies at such a fast rate that if we hear more than one word, like 2 words or a sentence, that
Or 2 vowels that put them together and
that-
suddenly you hear a word. Because you hear get out there, but really, go back to it. I'd like to hear it again.
What was that? I'm saying that's at least 1 second. At least 1 second. That means 5 channels have to work together
Sounds like
to
2
make...
channels.
It
Sounds like
But I'm saying it has to be 5 channels working together to form that sound. We could up the speed. We go to 1/10 of a second.
crank it.
Somebody got stabbed in here. What was your name? Say it. Oh fuck, did you...
What did it say?
I thought I heard George. All right. That was definitely longer than 1 word. I don't know what it said, but
It said, are we done?
it pretty clearly to me says, "Are we through?" Which is 3 words.
That was a joke that I made.
No.
And then it informed your opinion of it.
No, it says it.
Another active area is Block 15, the maximum security block, where there's reports of whispers and also a shadowy figure running.
I wonder if these were to open the cells.
Oh, yeah. Flip that switch. Do you think that's the murder switch?
If there's anybody here with us right now, anybody from death row that wants to talk to us,
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up what sounds like a distant scream.
I heard a scream
Yeah.
on that side. Want to step in here?
Sure. Here we are. What was that? Did you hear that?
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up a bizarre sound.
What was that? Did you hear that?
An EVP has been heard on set, and it isn't by me.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I mean, when we're on set, I try to actively give you whatever we can.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for you, I think.
You're right, it is embarrassing.
Shane Madej, leader of the Shaniacs, admitting to an EVP on set. This is,
You got us.
the SS Madej just took a crushing blow to the bow. And she's
Shaniacs,
taking,
it's over. We're
she's
done.
taking water. I don't think she's gonna make it.
The most notable of Eastern State Penitentiary's inmates was notorious Chicago mob boss Al Scarface Capone. Capone spent about 8 months in this penitentiary between 1929 and 1930 for carrying a concealed deadly weapon. Unlike most inmates, Capone's cell was actually rather nice, containing paintings, a polished desk, a radio playing waltz music, and a softly glowing desk lamp. However, things weren't as comfy as they seemed for Capone. One of the crimes Capone was believed to mastermind was the Valentine's Day Massacre, which resulted in the death of 7 men, one of whom was a man known as Jimmy Clark. Capone's contemporaries inside Eastern State reported hearing Capone screaming and begging for someone named Jimmy to get out and leave him alone. Capone's cell has been restored to the state it was when he lived in it and can still be visited today.
I'm a little disappointed that he's haunted.
What?
He was haunted by things. I don't know, tough guy. Murdered a lot of people.
Doesn't matter. No one's ghost proof.
I'm ghost proof.
You're not ghost proof. You're just an idiot that refuses to see proof.
I'm ghost proof, baby.
No, you're not.
So apparently when Al Capone was staying here, cellmates had heard him crying out for a man named Jimmy Clark, one of the 7 men that were killed in the Valentine's Day Massacre, which he is known to mastermind.
Al, it's me. I'm also from the Prairie State, land of Lincoln. If you're here, please let us communicate with you. We want to know if you, I guess we're asking a ghost if you were haunted by a ghost when you were here. We're asking if there's a double ghost situation. Are you still haunted by the ghost of Jimmy, even though you yourself are now a ghost? Ryan?
I'm sure that if a ghost died, if he died and then became a ghost, he would see Jimmy and they'd probably like hashed it out over a couple
he was
brews.
like, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
And then Jimmy was like, to be fair,
A ghost can't haunt a ghost. It doesn't
you
make
did
any
murder
sense.
me.
Yeah, true, yeah.
You know.
All right, Al, I know this is gonna be weird, but you could use this box to talk to us. All right, Al. This is gonna make my mind melt. Hello, Al. My name is Ryan. Could you say Ryan? Could you say my name, Al? Did you say shut up?
I think it said Shane.
It sounded like you said shut up. What is going through your mind right now, Shane?
Not a lot.
Do you not like me saying Scarface? Oh, fuck.
Did you say no?
It sounded like no. My mind's already starting to melt. Oh, God. Okay, that was just radio. That was just the radio that sounded like maybe. Gotta sound like no Ryan. Fuck, God damn it. Okay, my mind's starting to melt. What color are the jackets we're wearing? That sounded like more than one word. This is scanning through channels at a rate of 1500ths of a second. So in theory, that should be a voice of a ghost, not a radio. Brown and white. No, it's brown and white. He answered my question. Right now, the masses of the Shaniacs are scurrying into the darkness right now because they have no idea what's happening. They're seeing truth. Dude, that sounded like look at these two, but
That sounded like Will Smith. Is Will Smith dead? Has anyone checked the news?
This prison also had its fair share of escape attempts. One unsuccessful attempt involved 12 men who took turns using spoons and flattened cans to dig a 31-inch hole in a wall of cell 68, eventually burrowing 12 feet underground.
this is the entryway for the Great Escape that ultimately failed. But inside here, they took turns using little spoons and tools to...
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up what sounds like a human whistle.
There were people working at that prison when we were there.
There was a maintenance man, and there was the lady who was helping guide us around to show us the place so we don't get lost. The lady was silent. The maintenance man, if I recall, was told to stop working and stay far away. I think this is obviously a ghost.
I just thought you were raising your standards this season.
This is the highest of standards here.
It's pretty amazing. They took, like, I heard 30-minute shifts to just dig this tunnel. How the fuck did they do this in silence?
One of them was probably like singing or playing jacks or something.
Not digging a tunnel in here, don't mind me, just a lot of noise.
No more digging, just a lot of singing. Don't come in here and look around.
Nothing weird going on in here.
As these inmates were recaptured, they were moved to cell block 13, the punishment block, often referred to as the hole. The hole now consists of 4 solitary cells, measuring just 4 by 8 feet. Inmates would be locked in these dark, dank, and poorly ventilated cells for up to a month.
This is the hole.
Why does this happen so often? It ends with a hole or a pit.
Well, I mean, this is the big bad cells of the entire prison. This is where they put people who were being punished.
Okay.
It's punitive isolation down here.
All right.
Oh, you're just hopping right into it.
Well, it's a hole. What else can you do?
Oh, shit. Oh boy.
I think I heard rats down here.
I also read that they used to crank the heat up here so people would just sweat. Oh my god, this is awful.
This looks like a place where a serial killer would keep his victims.
Are these the cells?
Yeah, I'd say so.
This is where they punished probably the most brutal and violent criminals.
The problem is if there's something that attacks us down here, I'm going to hit my head on the ceiling and my skull will smash.
Well, that sucks. So should we go in there and do a little session?
Yeah.
Or, oh god.
Yeah, I don't think there's an or in this situation.
Oh, there is, and I don't like it, but I'm gonna suggest it anyway.
What's that?
In the spirit of maybe getting more evidence and something being not as scared, what if we went in there alone?
Yeah, that's fine.
I hate that you were so game for that. This is ill-advised.
All right, if there are any unquiet spirits down here with some unfinished business, now would be the time to communicate.
My heart's beating so fast right now. Oh, man.
All right, buddy. Keep your wits about you.
Shut up.
You're gonna hear a lot of little drip droppies, but those are just, the stalactites working overtime.
Just get out of here so I can get this over with.
Huh? Okay. It was fun to imagine people who have been in there in the past.
Who is that? Oh my god, my eyes are starting to play tricks on me. There's no one there. There's no one there. It's just your eyes, it's the dark. Oh my god, I think I see something in front of me. No, it's just my eyes, it's just tricks. Let's get the fuck out of here. Boop, 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 boop. Well, Eastern State Penitentiary, it's been fun.
With Eastern State Penitentiary's history of death, punishment, and misery, many believe the restless spirits of inmates still remain trapped within its walls. Having spent a night roaming its halls, I can't deny that we weren't alone. But whether or not Eastern State Penitentiary is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
Dude, I'm so nervous.
How can you be nervous with a beautiful sunset like that?
Because I know it sits underneath it.
Nighttime, darkness.
And demons. I hate demons.
Hey! It's the bridge.
Yeah, I could see that. There it is. Ready?
Yeah.
You go first. God damn it.
I'm on. How you feeling? You did it. Well, here we are. It's very sturdy.
There's some pretty shitty things that have happened to people around here.
Very sturdy.
So now that we're on the bridge, I guess I should tell you why this bridge is what it is.
Tell me.
Can you even look just a little bit worried, or do you have to? Never mind, don't do that. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Old Alton Bridge, aka the Goatman's Bridge, as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? However, tonight, this bridge and the woods that lie beyond it are said to harbor something much more sinister.
Demons!
So yeah, it's a demon. As I've stated before, I will only do one demonic investigation per season, so behold, this season's sacrifice.
Do you even like sitting on this bridge? Do you not like
No,
it?
I don't like it, so let's just get it over with.
You've got a glazed look in your eye.
Yeah, I'm fucking nervous, man. I feel like I'm gonna vomit. God.
I love it.
In 1884, Old Alton Bridge was built in Denton, Texas to connect the town of Alton to Denton. Alton was a tiny town that originally consisted of one person when it was established in 1848.
Those were the days. when one person could land somewhere and say,
Yeah.
this is a town now.
He's law and order.
Welcome
He's
to
the doctor.
Shaneburg.
To Shaneburg.
We're all assholes here. None of us
Shanesville.
believe in ghosts.
Yeah.
Population me.
It was chosen as the legal center of Denton County. After the county seat was moved to Denton, residents of Alton moved to other towns, and Alton eventually disappeared. Today, the bridge is no longer usable for vehicle crossing, but lucky for us, the bridge is available for pedestrian crossing.
Lucky for us.
I don't know why I phrased it lucky for us. I think I was feeling brave when I wrote this.
Yeah, this isn't lucky for you at all.
No, in fact, I kind of wish this bridge was torn down like Alton. That's the thing about this bridge. No one knows why there's this specter of darkness like just sitting on it.
Oh, you mean why the demon is here?
Yeah. I'm gonna try and avoid saying demon as much as I can. At least,
Demon? You think a
I'm
demon
not-
hears the word demon?
yeah. I'm not gonna let you goad me into this. I know what you're trying to do.
Goat you into this?
Shut up. We're moving on. We're moving on.
You know what, Ryan? I'm not trying to scare you, but I got a bad feeling about this one.
Shut up.
I do.
It's okay, I came prepared.
What are you prepared with?
Oh, you'll see, man.
Why are you unbuttoning your pants?
Don't worry about it.
We're in public right now. What are you doing?
Shut up.
Oh, Ryan,
What?
you've outdumbed yourself.
You know, I thought this was gonna be funny, but now I'm actually happy that I have it. It's holy water inside here.
I
got it blessed
assumed
by
it
a
was
church.
holy water.
Like I could be like, hey Shane, look over at those bushes, and then like a demon sneaking up on me. I'd be like, hey Shane, look over there in the bushes. Don't try, demon. Fucking pull it out like that.
Ooh, that's spooky.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, we didn't travel all the way down to Texas to observe a simple old bridge. What brings us to Old Alton Bridge is the meaning of its nickname, the Goatman's Bridge. There are several legends of bridges acting as gateways to another realm, and perhaps this bridge is one of those gateways. This bridge and the surrounding woods are said to harbor a dark entity, a demon that is half goat and half man. The Goatman is said to have, quote, glowing empty eyes, end quote, and goat-like horns. The reason for this entity's existence has many iterations. One common story is that Satanists have carried out rituals on the bridge that opened the door for this demon and perhaps others.
There is like records of people practicing rituals in this forest and on the bridge.
Yeah, it's people like you.
How am I the same as a Satanist?
Because you believe everything they believe.
Yeah, but I respect it. I stay away from it. That's the
two
opposite.
sides of the same coin.
Yeah, and you just got to decide which side you're on.
I am the whole other coin.
Which coin would that be?
Just like a chill-ass wheatback penny or something.
Another popular story is that a successful African-American goat farmer was hung on this bridge by angry Klansmen, returning from the dead as the Goatman. However, this version of the story is impossible, as there's no historical record of this goat farmer even existing. And furthermore, demons are preternatural beings, and therefore not human.
Do you think Father Thomas ever watches these videos and is disappointed in you?
If these places you're going claim to have spiritual attachments, I would do nothing to invite them to somehow show themselves or taunt them in any way.
Perhaps.
Probably.
I've kind of directly disobeyed him in terms of communicating with ghosts and spirits and entities, but I'm doing it for the betterment of the science.
You gonna ever visit him again and show him what you've done?
Yeah, I think I would. Like, for instance, if something happens to me tonight, I'll go back to him to get a blessing, to cleanse myself.
You're gonna need to cleanse yourself.
But tonight, we're not here to find out why this demon exists. Our goal tonight is to make contact and hopefully capture evidence of this elusive and dangerous demon to prove that it's real. We can only hope that evidence doesn't come at a great cost.
Any demons here? Got any demons out tonight? Any horny boys or whatever they...
Horny boys?
They got horns.
Let your presence be known. Say something. Why are you on this bridge? You ask questions.
Why are you on this bridge?
Goatman!
You feeling that? Feeling the goat man energy?
I don't like when you say his name.
Feeling some goat vibes? You
let me
may
just
not
get
like
my-
this. I'm gonna try and agitate it. I'm just gonna go...
Go, you do what you gotta do, and I'll do what I gotta do.
I'm just gonna be as crude as possible here.
Cool.
Fuck you, goat man!
Holy shit, dude.
Is that good?
I thought you were gonna build your way up.
No, I just right out of the gate. Why build up?
If you don't believe, then there's nothing for you to be afraid of, right? You could be as big a prick as you want. I'll
guess
stand
I
over
can.
here.
Goat man, I'm dancing on your bridge. It's my bridge now.
Holy shit.
You hear that? If you want me off this bridge, you're gonna have to kill me.
Holy
You're gonna have to throw me off this bridge yourself.
He did throw somebody off the bridge once.
Look at the way I dance on it. I disrespect your bridge, goat man.
He's taking names right now.
You hear that, goat man?
He's
You-
sharpening
me
his
and
little
Ryan
blades.
Vergara own your bridge.
Don't loop me
Yep.
into your shit.
Yep.
Stop looping me. I hate when you do this in the
Well,
demon
then tell
places.
him. Tell him you're not part of this.
I'm not part of his little charade.
You're talking to goat man now.
I see what you've done.
It's goat man entrapment. Goat man.
I'm not with him.
They're gonna put my name in graffiti.
Oh my God. Okay.
Children will come here and tell tales of me.
People have reported a growling voice telling them to, quote, get off the bridge, end quote. One person said that after he and his friend heard the voice, he ran off the bridge while his friend stayed. He then reportedly watched his friend get dragged towards the railing of the bridge and flipped into the water below. People have reported hearing hooves following them across the bridge, as if they were being chased off. It's said that the goat man can be conjured by knocking 3 times on the bridge.
All right, goat man. God damn it.
Talking to the goat man, opening up a line of communication. Father Thomas would be very disappointed.
Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna knock on your bridge. Now it said when you do that, you can see his glowing eyes.
Oh, what a load of horseshit.
Someone said they saw him standing on the... All right, idiot, it's your turn. Now I don't even have my hand ready on my pistol. Oh, skip the theatrics and just go into it.
Hey, goat man. You know, if you want me off your bridge, you're gonna have to throw me off.
All right, we'll come back for you. Let's go into the woods.
Oh. We'll be back, goat man. After all, this is our bridge now.
Okay.
That's how you get them, though.
I don't know, that's not how you get them, shut up.
You gotta admit, that's an effective technique.
No, it's not an effective technique, it's a way to get killed.
He's probably getting upset, though.
This is a serious thing.
Perhaps more foreboding than the bridge is the woods that lies beyond it. It is rumored that for nearly a century, people have disappeared near the bridge or in the surrounding woods. In addition to the goat man, people have reported seeing the ghostly figure of a woman and hearing a woman's voice or laughter. There has also been sightings of strange lights.
Jesus Christ, dude.
When's the last time you walked into a dark wood?
Never.
Never gone camping or anything? Going on a night hike?
Sure, but I haven't gone into a demonic woods before. This is so much scarier than hunting fucking Sasquatch. Hello? Is there anything out here?
Hello?
Well, people usually feel overcome with emotion in here.
Like a
violent emotion.
Do you feel that?
No,
Okay, good.
not yet at least.
Give me a heads up if you start to feel murderous.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that.
These woods are rumored to be the site of satanic rituals, attempting to conjure demonic entities. One paranormal investigator claimed to find animal remains that were possible evidence of sacrificial rituals. In fact, one local policeman told us that pet stores around the area stopped selling cats due to the amount of sacrificed cats being found in these woods.
By the way, these woods are also scary because of the people that may be in there.
I mean, people are greater threats than demons or ghouls, so yeah.
And I can't fight. You can't fight.
I got a lot of limbs that are very,
No, you're like one of those car wash blowy things that's out front just
Yeah.
wiggling around.
That's fair. But if you see that in a fight, if you see this in the middle of the night in the woods coming toward you, that's scary.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I feel like that guy is whacked out of his mind.
You would not, you would run away.
I guess.
Hello. Welcome to my woods.
Sales on Mazdas. Is there anybody out here?
Any cultists? Anyone doing up to no good out here?
Anyone cutting a cat's head off?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. One of these we're gonna die.
You think so?
Yeah.
You hearing some over there?
Yeah. Oh shit. There's something over there. I don't know what it is, but the bushes are moving.
Bush just moved. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Oh God.
I did see that bush move.
What's that? Did you hear the scream? No.
A scream?
Oh God, my mind's starting to melt.
I did see that bushman.
Hello?
Who's out here? What if we just make it seem like we're in on it?
What do you mean?
We're here for the cult stuff?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. We saw the ad on Craigslist.
No? God, it feels weird to even joke. I'm like so fucking scared right now.
Are you really?
They wouldn't be hiding in the bushes, would they?
Oh, sure they would. They're cultists, Ryan.
I feel like I'm scanning like a madman right now. My eyes.
I keep collecting spider webs on my face, and now I'm just sort of immune to them.
Madman right now. My eyes.
I keep collecting spider webs on my face. I'm just letting them accumulate.
Well, you are just a giant stick walking around.
That's true. Oh, this looks fun. It's an odd collection of branches. Looks like a witch lair or something.
Well, there are spirits in here, but they obviously are overshadowed by the demon.
Do the demons like tell them to quiet down? Is that how that works? There's like a hierarchy?
What was that?
There's like a hierarchy.
Who's that?
Who's out there? Someone over there?
No, I'm serious. I heard something over there.
Put that cat down.
I heard something over there. I don't know what it was.
Hello?
Oh, careful, dude. Oh, shit.
You can't be doing occult stuff like this.
Dude, what are you doing? You're fucking crazy. Hold on.
We heard some spooky movement over here. Who's over here? Take your cloak off.
You need to chill. You need to chill out. Hello?
Hey, man.
Oh, fuck.
It's a plant.
It's a plant.
We kicked Goatman off the bridge. It's ours now. Goatman, are you out here in the woods? Well, he's out here in the woods because he's not tending to his bridge.
Okay,
Clearly. You know, that's why finders keepers and all that. Finders keepers and all that. Finders keepers and all that.
You heard that, right?
Who's over here? You think they're just all around us?
I know, I'm just picturing being surrounded by cultists right now, and it's freaking me the fuck out. Hello?
Hey, if there's cultists out there,
Shut the fuck up.
I gotta let you know, my pal has a water gun.
It's holy water. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit.
We are hearing noise from all sides at this point. It's very Blair Witch.
Yeah, let's leave.
Multiple investigators have picked up on the name Steve through EVP and Spirit Box sessions, perhaps the moniker that the Goatman or another demon is going by.
Because they like to trick people. That's the deal.
So they go by Steve.
Yeah, Steve the Goat Man.
Steve the Goatman. Are you sure that's just not his full name is just Steve Goatman? It's just a guy who lives a block away?
No.
Hi, I'm Steve Goatman.
Why not pick a name that strikes terror, like
Like Sally?
Sally's actually pretty scary. It's a little girl. What's a scary name?
Darthalix. Mercifax.
Marsolomon.
Marsolomon?
Barthazar.
Barthazar.
Barthazar is a pretty good demon name. There's a lot of names other than Steve is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it doesn't really strike fear into the
No,
heart.
my dad's name is Steve.
Overall, this Goatman entity and or the possible other entities that lie within these woods and around this bridge are said to be extremely dangerous and physical with those who encounter them. People have reported being thrown, dragged, and struck. Multiple people have claimed to be scratched 3 times, a reportedly common occurrence in demonic attacks that is symbolic for mocking the Holy Trinity. People have also claimed to be overcome with intense feelings of aggression and violence. In one instance, an investigator had envisioned murdering her entire team of investigators.
This is your new favorite thing, Spirit Box.
Yeah.
Spirit boxing. You haven't used this on a demon yet, though.
I have not.
Are you more concerned about that?
A little bit more concerned, yeah.
This is directly against what Father Thomas would have told you to
Yeah,
do.
you're probably right. It's gonna be loud. This is just a spirit box. This is scanning through all the different radio channels around at a high rate. Every 0.2 of a second, they're scanning to a new channel, and it produces white noise. So conceivably, spirits could use that to communicate with us, or a demon in this case.
Or a demon.
And if it's saying more than one word, it's pretty impossible for it to be radio interference because
You
it's...
got yourself a demon, hands down. I'm in on this. It's fun. I'll go along with this. Fun gimmick.
It's not a gimmick. All right. Is there anybody here with us?
Is there a goat man out here?
the fuck was that?
Sounded like a demon.
What the fuck was that?
Is there a demon here?
Oh, it happened again.
Can he speak to us? Is there a goat man here?
That sounded like Goat Man, but
Say your name.
is Steve here? I heard Bridge. And I heard Steve.
Based on the response from the spirit box, we'll end our investigation by returning to the apparent epicenter of the activity, the bridge. Once there, we'll perform a ritual that I have never done before in my life.
Ouija? I've done it before. It's a blast.
I'm sure you did it as like a party trick, like a little parlor trick. You just went down, had a couple brewskis. That'd be fun to play with a Ouija board. It's not a toy.
It is a
it's,
toy.
It's made by a toy company.
They do sell it at Toys R Us.
True, but it's not a toy. I'm just saying I'm scared to use a Ouija board in the comfort of my own home. I never thought the first time I would ever use a Ouija board would be here.
On a demon bridge.
On a demon bridge. I'm about to die for the internet. This is a doorway we're opening. We're calling for everything to come here. This is what we're doing.
All right.
So protect yourself. I'm gonna do a salt circle around us.
You've really thought this out.
I wanted to be as safe as I could. Wasn't gonna go into this like an idiot.
This is great. I love it. Is there a technique here?
You just rest your hands on it and you kind of let your energy flow through it. And then we'll start to move. Granted, every time I've seen someone do this on YouTube, they're like, whoa, and it's moving.
Yikes.
Yeah, but I just don't know how that's gonna happen unless something comes out. Should we just say our names in the beginning?
Yeah.
This is Shane, so.
S-H-A-N-E.
And I'm Ryan. Oh God, what are we doing?
Very swift. I don't think we're gonna see movement like that again.
Is there anybody out here?
If you put salt around us, doesn't that mean like Goatman can't get to the Ouija board?
It would trap him in here with us.
What if he was outside of it when you did it?
I don't know. Do you want me to blow the salt away?
You give him a little entrance.
Wait, you blow it by you. It's some tough salt.
There's your front door, Steve. Come on in.
What's your name? No. Are you moving it there?
I'm not moving it. I'm just sitting.
If it goes to Steve, I'm gonna fucking... First off, I don't even think that's really funny.
Your hands are shaking.
I know, because I'm like, why is this moving?
Hey, you demon fuck.
Jesus Christ. Dropped all the decorum, didn't you?
I wanted to catch him off guard.
Well, we have an S.
We got an S. If you can't spell your name, then this bridge is officially mine.
No, it's not.
They'll tell legends of me here. People will come here and talk about math, facts.
For a second there, I thought I was going towards G, but now it looks like it's F.
Fuck you.
All right, this is your last chance, demon. If you're here, tell us your name.
And again, you know the deal.
I guess. If you don't tell us your name, then it's gonna be Shane's Bridge. You know what? Fuck it, throw myself in there. If you don't tell us your name, it's me and Shane's Bridge.
It's our bridge now.
Oh God, I feel like I've gone to the dark side.
Yes.
Well,
my bridge. Ouija boards suck.
We gotta close it. We gotta close it.
Yes.
G-O-O-D-B-Y-E.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, it's time to close this up. Let's close shop.
You're not gonna say mean things to it on your way out?
Well, now I feel like I've conquered it a little bit, but
Yeah.
here, let me try saying goodbye to it. How about that?
Just gloat a little bit. This is a win for you.
Well, demons, it's been fun, but sayonara.
As we snuff these candles, so too do we snuff you from this mortal world. You fucking wimp.
Jesus Christ, sir.
Nobody knows why the Goatman and surrounding entities haunt this area. And even though we never had a face-to-face encounter, I don't doubt its existence. Either way, we've once again opened the door for a dark entity to enter our lives. There is a small faction of my mind that is definitely disappointed we never saw him, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't relieved. Regardless, whether or not the Goatman's Bridge is truly infested will remain unsolved.
What is that? Does it sound like it's coming in the house? It sounds like a laugh. Hello? What the fuck is that?
That's an owl.
Oh. Mayflower Hall.
It's a nice name, nice placard.
Sure.
Smells like,
It smells like shit in here.
yeah, well, I mean, it smells a little musty.
That's what all the places that we go to smell like, dust. Oh, that goes back pretty far.
Okay,
I'm gonna lose my mind in here.
I'm getting the vibes. Do you think on any one of these adventures you'll ever truly sort of have a psychic break?
Like a mental breakdown?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, you almost got there in the Sally house.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen today, huh?
I mean, I'm fingers crossed it does.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Pennhurst State School and Hospital as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? This is actually now a Halloween attraction called Pennhurst Asylum, and as you can see, they didn't really change much. It's still very much an abandoned hellscape.
This is what happens to all buildings, though, over time, right? When not tended to.
Yeah, this is kind of like a look of what the apocalypse would look like
Yeah.
in micro form.
Place is really rotting very well.
Yeah, there were some pretty weird things that went down here.
Well, let's hear about it.
Okay, let's get into it. On January 23rd, 1903, Pennhurst State School was commissioned as the Eastern Pennsylvania State Institution for the Feeble-Minded and Epileptic, a place for people with intellectual disabilities and people with epilepsy to live, learn, and be cared for in a safe environment. In the end, there would eventually be more than 20 buildings in total to make up the sprawling campus.
I get a vibe here, it's sort of like the Avengers headquarters.
Why would you get that vibe?
Just rolling grounds, a lot of different buildings. It seems like a place the Avengers would live.
You know, you're right. As I scan around, this place definitely screams high tech.
Well,
We got like a couch over there with a couple cockroaches fucking.
I
We got
touched
this
it and my
like
hand
board.
turned black.
Your fingers are now falling off because you touched a wall. This place definitely Avengers worthy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the facility quickly fell into disrepair and poor living conditions, catalyzed mainly by the overcrowding, understaffing, and lack of funds. Regardless of their age, all residents of Pennhurst were called children, even though there were many adult residents. In 1974, the reported average age was 36 years old, and on average, spent 21 years of their life at Pennhurst.
Why did they call them children?
I don't know, I just read that.
Just very derogatory.
Yeah. Back in the day, people did not know a lot about mental health. I heard that people who had ADHD or ADD were put in here because
Just lump them all in, throw them over here. I feel like back in the day, they might have put you in here.
I mean, I guess if I was saying like I saw a ghost or I saw visions.
Yeah, if you went around town in like 1908 or 1910 saying, I see ghosts all the time.
All right.
Can we call the people?
You know where I
and-
saw a lot of ghosts? In this building over here, and then they just slammed the door
Yeah.
and close it up like the Red Wedding.
Yeah, you'd be one of the children.
I'd be one of the children. In 1968, nearly 60 years after Pennhurst's opening, a documentary series called Suffer the Little Children finally revealed to the public the horrors of the facility. A doctor at the facility who was actually named Dr. Fear.
If your last name is Fear and you receive a doctorate, I believe it is your moral responsibility to be a bad person.
Dr. Fear, I'm trying to think of professions you could actually be with that name. You're either going to be a supervillain, a pro wrestler, or
an evil doctor.
He actually seems like the prime arch nemesis to C.C. Tinsley.
Dr. Fear versus C.C. Tinsley.
I'd read a serial about that.
Oh, we don't know what happened to C.C. Tinsley. Maybe he...
Dr. Fear fucking murked him.
He got murked by Dr. Fear.
In the documentary, Dr. Fear admitted to threatening and punishing patients. In one instance, Fear punished a patient by injecting the patient with the most painful injection that would not cause damage.
This guy sounds like a real piece of shit.
He was a piece of shit.
The documentary also stated that the largest zoos in the country spent $7.15 each day on each animal, whereas Pennhurst only spent $5.90 per resident per day at the time of the airing.
That seems pretty cheap for animals.
Yeah, and then you look down and you go, oh, what's $5.90? Oh, that's humans. Was that you?
No, that was a noise from over there.
So this was apparently a day room back in the day, or common room.
Now it appears to have
A pentagram.
some other stuff. This looks like medical equipment.
Yeah, it was a hospital back in the day. Oh my God, this room is fucking horrifying over here.
It's just a room.
My goal here tonight, since this place was such a place of tragedy, is, I don't know, if we could reach out to them, maybe we could help some of them.
You're just looking for positivity? Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to, while also trying to fight the fact that I'm fucking terrified right now, so.
Hello, spirits. We're here with good vibes. We ask you to let us film you tonight and put you on YouTube.
Is there anybody here right now? There's also a little doll in this bed here. Is that yours? Can you move the doll?
Oh, hello. You ever been to Mexico City? We got a fella who would love to meet you.
Can you move that doll?
It's not very heavy. Can you make her blink or make her head spin around?
Jesus Christ. Let's just start with move. How about that? And then we'll work up from there.
What do you want it to do? Like just get up and start dancing like
No,
the
I don't
WB
want
frogs?
it to. No, I want it to.
You want the little doll?
I want it to flip
Hello,
over.
my baby.
Like,
Hello, my honey.
if it flipped over right now, that would be insane.
In 1974, Terry Lee Halderman, a resident at Pennhurst, filed a class action lawsuit against Pennhurst State School and Hospital. While a resident at Pennhurst, Halderman reportedly suffered about 40 injuries, including cracked teeth, a fractured finger, and a broken jaw. During that trial, the conditions of Pennhurst were described and were later undisputed by the Supreme Court. Here's a quote on those conditions. Quote, "Conditions at Pennhurst are not only dangerous, with the residents often physically abused or drugged by staff members, but inadequate. Indeed, the court found that the physical, intellectual, and emotional skills of some residents have deteriorated at Pennhurst." End quote. Many residents were physically harmed by either abuse or neglect by the staff, including death. In his autobiography, former resident Roland Johnson described the smell of Pennhurst as a doghouse. Quote, "It just smells like feces, rats crawling, roaches crawling all over, feces and pee on the floor, flies coming in the windows." End quote.
If I were a fly, I'd be trying to get out. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but flies also like poop.
They do like poop.
So if flies are trying to get in your house, you're probably not doing it right.
Rave Yelp reviews for flies.
On Yelp, 5 stars. Great poop all around the digs. It's a fucking feast in here, boys.
Some of the best poop I've ever had.
Poop for miles.
They just leave it lying around.
Either way.
Usually have to work for it, but at this place, it's like an old country buffet, but full of poop.
In 1984, the final settlement of Pennhurst versus Halderman called for the closure of Pennhurst, and in 1987, Pennhurst State School and Hospital were mercifully officially shut down. This is only a brief summary of the horrors of Pennhurst State School, in which I've spared details that I found particularly upsetting. I can only imagine the unjust misery and suffering that took place within these walls. As a believer in spirits and energy, I believe those who suffered are more likely to remain, and in that respect, I find it highly possible that the poor souls that once stayed here still linger today. That being said, let's get into some of the places that are supposedly the most active. active, starting with the underground tunnels. At Pennhurst, buildings are actually linked by an underground tunnel system. Down here, there is all kinds of reported activity. A property manager even refused to venture down alone.
This is the tunnel system that's under the entire facility. So this goes from all the buildings, kind of like a spider web.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it isn't pleasant.
I'm not trying to be crass here, but there is a surprising amount of penis art in
Is there?
here. Yeah, well, Ryan.
Oh wow, that's a triumphant penis right there. Look at that.
Very proud of itself.
So throughout this tunnel, we have a laser grid and we have a bunch of motion lights going to the end of the tunnel. So if anything runs toward us or moves in this tunnel, we're gonna see it. This does look like the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. See, now that looks cool. If a ghost did that, that would be fun.
If there's anybody down here who's sad or mad, just make your presence known, move.
Jiggle. Drop a deuce or get off the pot, buddy.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Pennhurst is so active that there's a book written about the hauntings by a woman named Tamara Lawrence, who worked in the Mayflower building in 2011. She details the 4 known spirits that haunt the 2nd floor of the building. The first is a little boy named Howie, who plays with a Fisher-Price airplane.
Howie, we hear this is your plane if you're here. We also hear you don't like people touching it. If you're here, could you perhaps move the plane?
Howie, if you don't move this plane, I'm gonna touch it with my dirty hands.
His dirty man hands.
I'm gonna disrespect your favorite toy.
Oh my God, don't phrase it that way.
It's a toy, Ryan.
Just saying. I mean, it can't get much worse than being in this room. If you truly are trapped in here, Howie, I'm sorry, because this room is gross. Oh God, what are you gonna do? You have a very sly, evil smile on right now. I don't like it.
I'm gonna touch it.
I know you're gonna touch it.
Here we go, Howie. I'm gonna touch your plane.
The second ghost is a shadow man who is repeatedly seen in the common room or in the bathroom. One couple claimed to discover that his name is Fisher, a name which can be found on a wall in one of the cells. This shadow man has been caught multiple times on camera by other investigators. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to do the same.
So, right now we're in the common room. This is where a shadow man is often seen. He's actually been caught in a couple pictures in this room. So I thought we just walk around in the dark, take some pictures, and maybe he'll pop up in some of them.
I have a crazy hunch that your eyes are gonna play tricks on you and you're gonna lose your mind.
Okay.
I'm gonna douse my light now.
Oh shit. Yep, you're right. You're 100% right. Okay.
Let's start flashing.
Anybody in here with us? Don't mind me. I'm just gonna take your picture. Say cheese. Oh God, this is fucked up. Oh, fuck.
That's a chair.
Okay.
Look down that long hallway.
Shut up, Shane. Shooting.
You notice how your eyes play tricks on you when it's dark like this?
Firing.
Shadow Man.
Fisher? Is that your name? Are you in here? Oh my God, this is fucking
I
horrifying.
don't like this one bit.
I really don't like this. Is anybody here with us right now? What was that?
What?
What was that? What was that? I heard something in that cell over there.
You heard something?
It sounded like a pebble moving or something. It could have been just like a drop from the ceiling.
Try to rationalize it all you want, but you know it's a ghost.
I'm just gonna phase you out right now. Ready? Firing.
Anything behind me?
Dude, there's no fucking head on you.
What? I would have been into that.
The third ghost is the spirit of a little girl who is seen in different spots throughout the 2nd floor. The fourth ghost.
That's all we got on her?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I don't know anything about her.
The fourth ghost is an angry nurse. According to multiple reports, people are stabbed with what feels like a needle. Both of these ghosts have been reported in what Lawrence calls the art room.
Got some new toys here. These are called dowsing rods. So now people use these today to communicate with ghosts. They'll say something like, show me what a yes looks like.
Show me give me a yes.
Usually they'll cross like that, like they just did because I moved my hand.
Yeah, so the hands being involved in this seems, because look, if you give me one.
It's not a toy.
Send word to the Shaniacs. We're done. We're disbanding.
I'm gonna take that and shove it right into your neck, watch the blood come out, and laugh and walk away.
And then I'll become a ghost because now they're real.
It's not a toy. Give me you fucking. To remove the possibility of human error,
Yeah.
I'm going to tape these dowsing rods to this. So what's gonna be interesting is it's gotta be kind of even.
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up a distant scream.
It's gotta be kind of even.
It does sound almost identical to the owl noise that we heard.
Okay.
Little owl out there?
No, it doesn't. I could put them back to back.
Do it again. I mean, it could be different birds.
All right, if there's anybody in here right now, could you move those two rods and show us what a yes looks like? Or better yet, let's just start with, can you move those two rods? I'm not saying that the people here who worked here were all bad people, but there were a couple bad eggs. And there's reports of a very angry nurse here who stabs people for no reason. So if that's true, move these little rods here. Or if you want us to leave, move these rods here. They are definitively not moving.
No. Hey, nurse.
Oh God.
Bad nurse. Come on, put some needles in me.
Is there anybody in the room with us right now?
After asking if anybody is in the room, our audio recorder picks up two distant whimpers.
The second one maybe sounds like an owl. I'll give you that.
It could be 1,000 things before it's a ghost.
But listen to this one.
I'm not buying it.
Okay, not buying it.
To close this out, let's investigate perhaps the most active floor in the Mayflower building, the 3rd floor. This floor used to serve as dormitories for patients, and the current caretaker has claimed numerous residents still remain. In an effort to allow for easier communication, we'll explore the entire floor individually.
How are you feeling? You know, I'll go in first, and I'm going to... Dude. I am now walking alone on the 3rd floor. There appear to be a great deal... Oh, Ryan's gonna hate this. Here's a hallway that no one in their right mind would walk down because it has 1,000 doors. I'm going to continue all the way down this hallway. And I think down here, in this sad, scary room, is where I'm going to initiate the ghost box.
He's gonna use a spirit box. We've used it before, but basically, it's a box that scans through radio channels at a very fast rate. Every 0.2 of a second, a new channel is gonna be skipped to, and it's thought by that rapid skipping, it'll produce white noise that spirits can manipulate to talk to us.
Not really hearing anything on this.
And since it's scanning so fast, it's very unlikely that it's radio interference. If we hear something that's 2 words in a row, I'm pretty confident that's something speaking to us.
I'm here for you. If you're here, maybe sing a little song for me on my voice box. Communicate with me in some way. I'm here.
Right before Shane says, "I'm here," our audio recorder picks up a distant scream.
I'm here. I'm here. It's an ink blot test for you.
No.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think it is.
You see what you want to see, you hear what you want to hear. I get it. It's fun for you.
No, I'm taking...
You love ghosts, you want to believe in them.
I'm taking the anomalies and putting them out there for judgment.
Send them out.
That's
Throw
what I
a
just
parade
did.
for the anomalies.
That's what I just did. And you know what? You're allowed to have a different opinion. I personally think it's evidence, but you know.
That's great.
That's great.
Come on, boys. Ryan's not here right now. It's your time to kill me.
I wish I could approach it with the boyish joy that he does. I hate that he's having such a good time in there.
Moaning Myrtle? This looks like your kind of joint.
I really do.
Don't you hear how cocky I am? Wouldn't you like me to just shut the hell up?
Because I know when I go in there, my mind's gonna implode. Oh God.
Keep walking. That's all you can do is keep walking.
Shut up. Hello? Is there anybody in here that wants to talk to me? Oh my God, this is the fucking worst. I don't mean to scare you. Trust me, I am way more scared of you right now than you are of me. In fact, why don't you just not do anything? How did Shane do this laughing? What the fuck is wrong with this man? It doesn't help that every fucking wall in here is painted with "get out." All right, I'm gonna turn on my spirit box. Use this to communicate with me.
He's gonna hate this.
I fucking hate this. What was that? Oh, I got the chills. Who's here with me right now?
The devil.
Is there anybody here with me? What was that? You? My name's Ryan. Can you say Ryan back? Oh my God. No, it's just my mind. It sounded like Ryan. Oh God, there's pentagrams everywhere in here for some reason. Who's in here with me? Jeff? How many of you are in here? 4? Oh, no, you said 3.
Ryan, you gotta walk down that long hallway with all the doors.
I'm walking down the hallway. I was at the end right now.
The one when you walk in immediately to your left.
All right. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's what you have to walk down. Hurry up, you've got 2 minutes.
Oh, this is horrible. This is so horrible. Who's here with me? Bree? Oh God, it's an old wheelchair. Bree, why are you here? Bree?
All right, Ryan, we're coming up on 7 minutes here.
Fuck yeah, get the fuck out of here. See you later, peace.
How'd it go? You did it. What did? You seem rattled right now.
Yeah, I'm a little rattled because I just spent an entire 7 minutes up there alone as a little ghost antenna, just talking to ghosts, and I didn't enjoy it, and I want to leave now, so let's leave.
Little ghost antenna. The Ryan Bergara story.
Shut up.
Well, it's been real.
Penhurst State School and Hospital.
You got
Bust.
Saul. I don't know.
Yeah.
We gotta figure that out.
We'll figure that out. Do you think the place is haunted?
No.
Why don't you ask me? What do you think my
Ryan,
answer is going to be?
Do you think the place is haunted?
You know what? Not sure,
Oh.
but probably.
Okay. Stop.
Yes. Based on our experiences tonight, I unfortunately believe that many spirits remain trapped within the walls of this tragic facility. Hopefully I'm wrong, but regardless, whether or not Penhurst State School and Hospital is definitively haunted will remain unsolved. This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate the Roswell incident, either the biggest UFO cover-up of all time, or just the biggest misunderstanding of all time. Either way, 70 years later, we're still debating about it. This is the holy grail of alien stories, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a buzzword. You hear it all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know all the gritty details. Desert, government, aliens, etc.
All right, let's get into it.
Spin a yarn, Tommy Bahama.
The year is 1947, a year that saw an unusually large wave of reported UFO sightings. In the last 6 months of 1947 alone, there were over 300 claims of UFO sightings. Among these is the infamous Roswell incident. Skeptics and believers alike can agree on one thing. Something crashed in the fields of Foster Ranch, located just northwest of Roswell, New Mexico. Whether that something is something extraordinary or mundane remains highly debated.
You're clearly on the skeptic side here already going in, right? That's a dumbass question. Of course you are. You're fucking Shane. All right.
Don't try to paint me as a.
I'll paint you however I want.
Don't you, what?
I'll paint the hell out of you however I want.
You paint me in your free time?
Yeah. They're good.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
want to see them?
Never.
Let's go through the official timeline, as played out in the media and through official reports from the U.S. Air Force. Sometime before June 14th, a crash occurred on Foster Ranch. On July 4th, a local rancher named Mac Brazel visits the crash site to pick up some of the debris. On July 7th, Mac Brazel decides to take some of the debris to local sheriff George Wilcox. Wilcox then contacts Colonel Butch Blanchard at the nearby military base, the Roswell Army Airfield. This Roswell base was home to the elite 509th Bombardment Group, which deployed atomic bombs at the end of World War II. Colonel Blanchard alerts his superior, General Roger W. Ramey, and orders Major Jesse Marcel, the 509th's intelligence officer, to assess the crash site and recover the materials.
So much bureaucracy here.
I mean, it's the
You
military.
gotta call one guy, he calls a different guy, who calls this guy, orders this guy to call that guy, and then that guy's. This is why information gets muddled in cases like these,
Yes.
because you got this big shitty chain of command.
It's like Game of Telephone, essentially.
Yeah.
But it's the military. It's a ladder structure. Of course it's going to be that way.
Game of phones.
Oh, my God.
Good, huh?
No, that was terrible.
good.
I'm actually upset right now.
Good.
Colonel Blanchard is briefed by Intelligence Officer Marcel on his crash site visit, and on the morning of July 8th, consequently orders Public Information Officer Lieutenant Walter Hott to issue a press release stating that they believe they have a, quote, flying saucer, end quote, in their possession. Soon after, the Roswell Daily Record's front page ran the headline, quote, Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region, end quote, where they reveal no details of, quote, the flying disc, end quote. That same day, the Air Force strangely changes their story. General Ramey orders the crash remains to be taken to him in Fort Worth, Texas, for his own personal inspection. He and his staff, including a base weather officer, identify them as pieces of a weather balloon and issue a subsequent press release with the correction. A photo is taken in Ramey's office of Intelligence Officer Marcel with the crash materials he misidentified.
If you're a higher up and you see this press release and you're like, what the fuck? What is going on? I gotta go clean this up now?
Yeah.
And I knew that we were, pushing our big weather balloons through that area.
Oh, and I see what you're
And
saying.
I'm like, well, they're not gonna believe me unless I bring in Carl or whatever the guy's name.
and make him sit next to his mistake.
Bring in the weatherman, bring in the idiot rancher and kind of rub his nose in it like a...
I think it's hilarious that the officer they sent to go assess the crash, they made him sit and pose with all the materials in the office in the picture.
You sit here for this photograph. You know that's a weather balloon, you idiot.
The next day, on July 9th, the Roswell Daily Record runs another article with the headline, quote, harassed rancher who located saucer, sorry he told about it, end quote, in which Brazel reveals that the supposed alien wreckage was merely, quote, rubber strips, tinfoil, a rather tough paper, and sticks, end quote, and with Ramey's weather balloon explanation being corroborated by the case's key witness, the world promptly forgets about the Roswell incident for a while. Enter Stanton Friedman in 1978. Friedman was a nuclear physicist and leading UFO researcher. In 1978, Friedman interviewed Jesse Marcel, the then retired intelligence officer from the 509th, who was ordered to go assess the wreckage of the Roswell incident. Marcel would fully reignite the Roswell controversy when he revealed that he still believed the wreckage was definitively not a weather balloon. Here's a quote from Major Marcel in a different interview regarding the metal at the crash site. Quote, it felt like you had nothing in your hands. It wasn't any thicker than the foil out of a pack of cigarettes. But the thing about it that got me is that you couldn't even bend it. You couldn't dent it. Even a sledgehammer would bounce off of it. I knew that I had never seen anything like that before, end quote. He goes on to say, quote, it was not anything from this earth. That I'm quite sure of. Being an intelligence officer, I was familiar with just about all materials used in aircraft and or air travel. This was nothing like that. It could not have been, end quote.
That is some funky, funky metal.
I mean, they took a sledgehammer to it.
I like the sound of this metal.
Yeah, it sounds like I want to get my hands on this metal.
I like that he's giving some tactile descriptions here. It's not just something wasn't right.
It was glowing shiny.
Yeah, he's talking about the weight of it, the feel of it. I like this.
After this admission, Friedman interviewed more witnesses, both civilian and military, and in the end concluded that there had been a massive cover-up of the Roswell incident in 1947, a quote, cosmic Watergate, end quote. A cover-up that allegedly includes details of the crash site, the materials, the possible spacecraft, and even alien bodies found at the scene. And with that, let's get into the two main theories. The first theory is that the events at Roswell transpired as reported, and the alien wreck was merely a weather balloon, as stated by the Air Force. When you look at the physical evidence available, this appears to be what happened. Though, in 1994, the US Air Force released a report admitting that there was, in fact, a cover-up. However, it wasn't a cover-up of extraterrestrials, but instead a cover-up of a top-secret military operation. The report states that the remains found on Foster Ranch in 1947 were indeed the remains of a weather balloon, but not any regular weather balloon. This balloon was part of a then top-secret program called Project Mogul. Project Mogul was conceived of by Dr. Maurice Ewing at Columbia University. He theorized that just as underwater microphones could detect sound waves produced by explosions thousands of miles away, perhaps an airborne monitoring system could do the same. Thus, as fears of nuclear war proliferated after World War II and intensified at the start of the Cold War, the top-secret airborne weather balloons of Project Mogul were launched to detect any nuclear tests carried out by the Soviets.
Boy, that's a big explanation.
Yeah, here's the thing. If people are already on you for a cover-up, I don't think it's a good card to play to be like, well, there was a cover-up.
Right.
That's why we were acting so weird. But it was this, not that. Don't look over there. Look over here. Like the same thing.
Yeah, and they're also, it's sort of they're trying to have their cake and eat it too by saying there was a cover-up, but it was just a real nice weather balloon. Like you've never seen, made out of some real strange metal.
Very shiny.
Oh, it was the shiniest weather balloon you've ever seen.
Project Mogul's balloons were tested out at several locations around the US and in the Pacific, and one of these locations was over New Mexico in the summer of 1947. Project Mogul balloons typically measured over 650 feet long and had a tail on which various listening and sensory equipment was attached, which the military posits could possibly be misidentified as a UFO.
If it was 600 feet, it's going to be a huge pile of debris. There's going to be a lot of weird shit there. You're going to be very confused.
At a glance, from far away, I'd be like, holy shit, look at that field littered with
No.
debris. No. And
You
I get
would
close.
walk up to
No.
it and be like, the end is nigh! You'd go running through town ringing a bell.
No.
The Martians are here!
No,
Lock yourselves in your basements!
what I would do is maybe I'd do that running towards it. Then I'd get close and be like, oh, it's just fucking tongue depressors and Elmer's glue. Because that's what it was. Balsa wood, sticks.
You gotta keep it light if you want it to float.
That's not alien materials, is what I'm getting at. I would obviously get close and be like, oh, this is just human shit.
In February of 1994, the General Accounting Office of the U.S. Congress initiated an audit at the request of New Mexico Congressman Steve Schiff, a UFO skeptic, to locate all government records relating to the Roswell incident and determine if these records were handled properly. The report was published by the U.S. Air Force in 1995, titled, quote, The Roswell Report, Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico Desert, end quote. The findings of the audit supported the theory that the debris found in 1947 was from a balloon used in Project Mogul, and found no evidence that aliens or alien spacecraft were involved. The report concludes that Marcel and Blanchard's original flying saucer press release was in part an overreaction, and in part due to the fact that flying saucer was a new term that didn't yet have a clear meaning.
Bullshit.
Well, that's fair.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So flying saucer at that point didn't necessarily mean space alien. It was just literally like, that looks like the thing I put my tea on, but it's levitating. Right?
What? You're gonna say that they didn't know what they meant when they said flying saucer?
I mean, it hasn't always been in like the national lexicon. There weren't people in ancient Rome saying, flying saucer.
In 1997, the Air Force released another report titled, quote, The Roswell Report, Case Closed, end quote, in which they offered this possible explanation for claims to alien bodies found at the crash site. In the mid-1950s, the military tested the effects of parachute jumping on humans by dropping human-like dummies over New Mexico. The dummies had latex or plastic skin and could be mistaken for alien bodies by witnesses at the Roswell crash. But if these dummy drops were in the mid-1950s, how could this possibly explain the Roswell incident that preceded it by several years? The military has an answer for that too. Air Force Colonel John Haynes explains that during the recounting of events decades later, details, quote, tend to become compressed, end quote, suggesting both he and the Air Force actually believe that witnesses are mixing up events from the mid-1950s with what were perhaps the most horrifying memories of their lives years earlier.
Yeah, we've all done it,
No.
right?
No, I mean, sure, if I'm trying to remember what I had for breakfast a year ago, yeah, I'm going to be a little foggy on that. But if I'm remembering that time I saw alien bodies strewn from a wreckage, I think I'm going to remember that quite clear and when it happened.
Another discrepancy is the fact that the bodies are repeatedly described as, quote, little, end quote, often 4 feet or less, yet the dummies used in these drops were 6 feet tall. It's unclear how this contradiction is also an effect of time compression. That being said, one interesting tidbit from the report is the fact that upon requesting files from the Roswell Air Force Base from the year of the Roswell incident in 1947, it was found that all records from that time, from January through October 1947, had been destroyed. And even more suspicious, the person or organization that had destroyed these files and the authority under which they had done so were not indicated.
No,
This is a reach.
that's a bit of a reach.
There it is, that's all I wanted to hear.
No, it's a bit of a reach. You know, some of this is going to be baloney, other bits I might not be so sure.
This one is certified fresh.
Yeah,
That's a fresh cut.
I'll take a bite of that.
That's a fresh cut.
And with that, let's get into the second theory, that the government engaged in a cover-up to hide knowledge of alien life.
Well, actually, before I get into it, I do have one more thing.
No. This is not usually part of the thing. What are you doing? Are you putting on a tinfoil hat?
Before I get into this, I would like to preface this theory with the fact that most of this is based off interviews with those who claimed to have eyewitness testimony. The amount of witnesses is said to be more than 600 people, ranging from civilian to high-level military. Some details of these stories vary between sources, so we've chosen to mainly focus on interviews conducted by two respected researchers named Thomas J. Carey and Donald R. Schmidt for their book, quote, Witness to Roswell, Unmasking the 60-Year Cover-Up, end quote. And while most skeptics will scoff at that notion, consider this. If there were hundreds of witnesses to a murder, all recounting similar details of the crime, would you doubt they were telling the truth?
I don't know. I guess it depends on the circumstances.
No, if there's hundreds of
I
people.
just don't want you to have any satisfaction.
You know I'm making a good point there. If there's hundreds of
I'm not going to give it to you.
No, you're gonna get. You already by you
depends.
saying I'm not giving the satisfaction means you internally want to agree with that.
If there's only eyewitness proof and no actual proof of the murder,
Sure, if there's 5 people, but if there's 600 that have high-level military fucking people within that group,
no blood though. No blood, no evidence, no nothing.
there's 600 people.
Just-
Why would they all lie?
The more riled up you get right now, the worse you come off because of this accessory.
Yeah, I realize.
it's really not helping
I
you.
realize now that this was a very bad call. I thought it'd be really funny, but now I realize I look like a fucking fool.
Let's begin by going over suspicious details around the time of the crash, particularly the contradiction between the official record and eyewitness testimony. When Mac Brazel took some of the crash debris to the sheriff, debris that crash site witnesses described as otherworldly, Brazel also reportedly admitted something significant. According to a local radio personality, Frank Joyce of the KGFL radio station, Brazel admitted that the crash site was likely a UFO, and more importantly, that there were alien bodies on the scene. According to Judd Roberts, a minority owner of KGFL radio station, this admission would be recorded later, but KGFL did not air the interview due to phone calls from the FCC and US Senator Dennis Chavez, urging them not to.
If you got a crazy guy still spouting lies, yeah, I'll put a stop to him.
Or you got a very sane guy spouting truth.
Yeah, or that.
As detailed before, the military would issue an incendiary press release saying they have a flying saucer, only to correct themselves a day later. Like the military, Brazel would also recant any statements made about UFOs at this time. According to researchers Carey and Schmidt, shortly after Brazel's new statements, neighbors said Brazel purchased a brand new pickup truck and left his job as a rancher to start a business in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Also suspicious in Carey and Schmidt's findings were testimonies from locals and Brazel's family that revealed Brazel was detained by the military around this time, further suggesting that he could have been forced to recant his statements about UFOs. The military also reportedly threatened locals to keep quiet, as well as ransack their homes for remaining crash site materials. This is corroborated by the testimony of the foster daughter of Colonel Hunter G. Penn, an Army Air Force officer who supposedly admitted to his foster daughter that he was tasked with enforcing a, quote, information blackout, end quote, with a focus on the little bodies. He was authorized to use physical force and weaponry if necessary to get this accomplished. Another interesting contradiction was that Colonel Blanchard, the superior to Major Marcel, who approved the initial flying saucer press release, strangely went on leave after he issued the controversial release. However, according to Lieutenant Colonel Joe Briley, who was a staff member of Colonel Blanchard's, the reported leave was actually a cover-up to allow Blanchard to coordinate a cleanup operation of the crash site.
I mean, if he fucked up and was like, yeah, it's UFOs, and they were like, no, it's not UFOs, you stupid piece of shit. We'll fix your mess. Why don't you take a little time off?
Why don't you leave?
Get your shit together, get your life together.
Yeah, why don't you leave so people could look at that later and be like, why did he leave after he makes this weird announcement?
I don't think they care, again. I don't think
I mean, they should care if they're people who concentrate on details. That's what I'm saying.
Perhaps the key contradiction is the photo taken in General Ramey's office of the supposed crash site materials. A sealed statement, apparently written by Roswell Army Airfield's Public Information Officer Lieutenant Walter G. Hott, which was only to be opened after his death, claimed the photo taken in Ramey's office was a hoax. Hott wrote that the actual crash materials were substituted with weather balloon materials and then photographed with Marcel, a fact that upset Marcel. Just to hammer home the possibility of a cover-up, a man named Ben Games was a personal pilot to then Major General Lawrence C. Craigie, the chief of the engineering division at Wright Field, the Air Force Base commonly thought to be where the UFO and aliens were transported and housed. According to Games's testimony, he flew Major General Craigie to Roswell to examine the crash wreckage, and after a few hours, flew General Craigie directly to DC to meet with President Truman. A few months later, Craigie assumed the position of Air Force Chief Director of R&D, and perhaps, influenced by what he saw at Roswell, founded Project Sign, the first official investigation of UFOs by the US Air Force.
You know, maybe he got there and said, this is obviously a weather balloon. A UFO wouldn't do this. It's not what UFOs are like. And they were like, oh, this guy knows a lot about what UFOs aren't.
No.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
This guy's got a good eye for what isn't a UFO.
So you're saying they send someone out in the ocean and be like, oh man, I didn't find Godzilla out here. We should start a program about finding out about Godzilla.
I mean, clearly he's got a good eye for detecting what's not bullshit.
Now that we've established the cover-up and timeline, let's quickly go over some of the controversial and fascinating details of this theory, starting with the reported alien bodies at the scene. These supposed witnesses are consistent in their descriptions of the bodies as short in stature, maybe 3.5 to 4 feet, with large heads, large eyes, only holes for a nose, and a small slit for the mouth. Numerous military officials have claimed to hear secondhand information of the bodies or even see the aliens for themselves. To name a few, there's First Lieutenant and Public Information Officer at the Roswell Base, Walter G. Hott, retired Brigadier General Arthur E. Exon, and Tech Sergeant Herschel Grice. Moving on to the spacecraft. According to Sergeant William C. Ennis, he was at the time a flight engineer of the 393rd Bomb Squadron stationed in one of the primary receiving hangars for the debris, called Hangar P3. For years, Sergeant Ennis denied the crash, writing it off as a weather balloon like the rest of the military. However, in 2008, Sergeant Ennis changed his tune, admitting, quote, "It was a spaceship. After all these years, I still don't know how that ship flew. There was no engine. Before I go, I'd like to know," end quote.
Before I go, I gotta know how that ship flew.
Was he on his deathbed when he said
but
that?
I'd like to imagine him like talking to his grandson.
Yeah.
The ship had no wings, Jimmy. I don't know how it flew.
Jimmy, I think that ship was bedeviled.
The craft was also confirmed in numerous other testimonies, notably by Lieutenant Walter Hott, who described in his affidavit a ship Colonel Blanchard had shown to him that was roughly 12 to 15 feet long and windowless. To close this out, let's move on to the scattered debris from the crash site, which many claimed included a mysterious material that was described as, quote, memory metal. Summed up from more than 24 witness testimonies ranging from military to civilian, the metal was said to be weightless, smooth, thin, and could not be cut, scratched, or burned, though the metal was able to be temporarily manipulated. Here's a quote from Roswell Army Airfield Sergeant Earl Fulford, quote, "I picked it up, but once in the palm of your hand, you could wad it up into a small ball. Then, when you let it go, it would immediately assume its original shape in a second or two, just like that," end quote. This free-flowing quality of the metal was echoed amongst many testimonies. Retired Brigadier General Arthur E. Exon said, quote, "Some could be easily ripped or changed. There were other parts of it that were very thin, but awfully strong, and couldn't be dented with heavy hammers," end quote. Exon also explained that these observations were from his time as a lieutenant colonel when he was also an administration student in technology at Wright Field's Foreign Technology Division, a division whose purpose was to reverse engineer foreign tech. Additionally, a memo surfaced in the early 1980s detailing a September 15, 1950 conversation between physicist Robert I. Sarbacher, a consultant with the U.S. Department of Defense Research and Development Board, and other government scientists. In the memo, Sarbacher is said to have worked on a failed reverse engineering project, allegedly stating, quote, "All we know is we didn't make them, and it's pretty certain they didn't originate on the Earth," end quote.
That's good. I love it.
I think right now I'm just punching the skeptics in the face over and over again. I'm slowly hammering away.
One last point in favor of a cover-up. Let's assume that the military is telling the truth and that the crash was indeed a fancy Project Mogul weather balloon. That still does not change the fact that the remains found at the crash site were apparently, quote, rubber strips, tinfoil, a rather tough paper, and sticks, end quote, as stated by Brazel in the days after the story broke. The military has never said Brazel's description was inaccurate, and you can even see these common items in the photo in Ramey's office. So let's assume these were in fact the items found at the crash site, and forget about the allure of the seemingly high-tech Project Mogul balloon. With that in mind, let's return to Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer tasked with evaluating the crash site. Marcel pointed out he was well-versed in, quote, all materials used in aircraft and/or air travel, end quote, and was also a graduate from the Army's Air Force Training Command in radar technology. How could this man mistake rubber strips and tinfoil for parts of an alien spaceship? Perhaps the answer lies in a quote from Marcel himself. Quote, all I could do is keep my mouth shut, and General Ramey was the one who told the newsman what it was, and to forget about it. It was nothing more than a weather observation balloon. Of course, we both knew differently, end quote.
First off, I'd like to toot my own horn a little bit here, and I'm gonna take this hat off now. I did say that this would be the most compelling case I've ever made, and that you, for once, may believe what I'm saying is true. Is that not correct?
You did say that.
But you don't.
It is the most compelling case you've ever made, but also you're at an advantage here because I already believe in extraterrestrials and would not rule out that they have been to Earth. If that's your total satisfaction, if that's what, then great, you've done it, Ryan. You've convinced me on a case that I was already, pretty lenient on. Yeah.
Well, even though that's dripping with sarcasm and is definitely not genuine, I'll take it. Score 1 for the Bugaras. Case closed. Leave my house, town dunce.
Town dunce?
Yeah.
Because I now believe the things that you believe?
Oh shit!
Is that where? All right, you say so.
In the end, no physical evidence of extraterrestrials or their tech has ever been found. In fact, 2 archaeological digs took place on Foster Ranch in search of physical evidence and found nothing. Only proof that there was indeed a crash. It's easy to see both sides. Skeptics wonder how it's possible that the military could have been so absolute in their cleanup and subsequent cover-up. Believers wonder how it's possible that there could be such consistent testimony among hundreds of witnesses, down to small details of something that apparently never happened. One thing is for sure, what truly transpired near the sleepy town of Roswell, New Mexico will keep people debating, but for now, the answer will remain unsolved.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we discuss what may be the oldest mystery in the United States, the lost colony of Roanoke. Do you know anything about this one? No.
Colonial intrigue.
It's pretty much an entire island of people vanishing
Poof.
without a trace.
They poofed.
Yeah, I guess you could say it that way.
Yeah, we heard about this in grade school.
You learned about this in grade school?
I went to a very grim grade school.
That explains a lot. Let's get into it.
On May 8, 1587, approximately 120 settlers left England and sailed to Roanoke Island, off the coast of what is now North Carolina, arriving sometime in July 1587. The governor of the new 1587 Roanoke settlement was John White, an explorer and artist. There were a few small attacks from local Native Americans within the first month, and the colonists reportedly desperately wanted John White to return to England and retrieve more supplies for them, such as food, tools, and more people. So on August 25th, 1587, just a month after arriving, White sailed back to England to gather supplies, leaving behind 115 colonists, 87 men, 17 women, and 11 children, including his own daughter, Eleanor White Dare, who had just given birth to a daughter, and White's granddaughter, Virginia Dare, the first baby born in North America to English parents.
Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah, and she's kind of like, at least the name Dare is kind of etched into all of our history, like there's Dare County.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. It's such a pain in the ass to have to go back to England all the time.
I've done things where I forget something at home when I go to work. I forget my laptop at home sometimes. I gotta drive back. Could you imagine if you went out on a voyage and you realize, fuck, forgot?
Food.
Well, looks like I'll hop back in the boat. See you in 3 years.
It took 3 fucking years?
Unfortunately, White's timing was poor. England was on the verge of going to war with Spain, which had a particularly strong armada, and he was unable to return to Roanoke for some time. It was not until August of 1590, 3 years later, that White would finally make his way back to the island. To his bewilderment, when White arrived, he found that the entire colony had vanished without a trace. The only clue left behind was the word Croatoan carved into a fence post and crow carved into a tree.
If they had the foresight to write that clue, why not leave more clues?
They didn't have like a fridge that they could put a little magnet and a note on.
Well,
Did they have quills?
They obviously had a tree and fence posts that they could carve into. Why not carve a little map?
They could have just added like a see you there.
Something like that. Help them out.
FYI went to Croatoan.
Be back never.
TTYL.
See you soon.
Your fam.
Or not, because we're dead.
If he's sailing back to England to get supplies, and they get surrounded by natives who say, hey, you're coming with us, and they go, oh, you think so? Let me grab my knife. Oh, we don't have the knives yet.
Yes.
I guess, where do you want us to go? What do you want us? Oh, you want us to jump in the ocean? You got it.
So
I'm doing whatever they tell me.
So you think they lined them up and walked themselves into the ocean?
I think they said, get in a single file line, walk into the ocean.
White then reportedly made 2 attempts to sail south about 50 miles to the nearby Croatoan island, now known as Hatteras Island, to search for the colonists. However, according to White, both trips were foiled by storms, and he was forced to turn back each time. Because the boat White was using was privately owned, he was unable to try looking for a third time. He returned to Europe and moved to Ireland, where he passed away in 1593, never knowing what became of his family.
What if they hated him?
What?
What if they just hated him?
The entire colony hated him and decided we're just gonna bounce and leave without all of the supplies we needed?
I mean, they seemed like they were doing fine.
No, because they sent him to go get supplies. That was the purpose.
Right, I'm saying that's their thing. Like, yeah, you better leave for 3
years.
years.
Oh, you're saying that they faked starvation?
Yeah.
You think they all were doing a bit?
I think they were doing a bit. Good colonial razz. Just like, he's buying it, he's going to that other island.
Oh my God.
We got him. He left. They all came back out, had a little pig roast.
The locals are in on it too. They're all like snickering behind the bushes.
We got him good.
Look, he's sailing away.
What an idiot.
To this day, nobody knows for certain the fate of the lost colony of Roanoke. Even more chilling, despite 115 people disappearing, no bodies or signs of a mass grave have ever been found. Historians have theorized on the lost colony in the hundreds of years that have passed, and plenty of people online have pointed to supernatural causes. None have been able to provide conclusive evidence. That being said, let's jump into the theories. The first theory is that the settlers were murdered by a local Native American tribe. In fact, a previous attempt had been made by the English to colonize Roanoke Island years before, between 1585 and 1586. But they soon returned to England after attacks from some of the Native Americans they encountered, as well as a shortage of food. The governor of the first Roanoke colony, Ralph Lane, was not known for his diplomacy with the Native Americans. Lane would actually go on to kill the king of the local tribe, Wengina, in an attempt to prevent the natives from rising up against the colonists.
Not the best diplomat.
No.
Not great negotiation there.
I think this guy was just a little bit of a situation where it's sour grapes. He came, he thought he was gonna be welcomed because he's like this English lord.
Yeah.
And when someone doesn't bend the knee, he gets a little pissed off.
Mm-hmm. If I'm a native and I got people, trampling around, and I'm saying, hey, you guys maybe get out of here. Yeah, I'm getting kind of sick of this. You're bumming me out. Also, you don't own this fucking land. Maybe you could leave. And they're like, no. We're waiting for our friend. He's gonna bring us blankets. I'd be like, all right, let's kill these dudes. I kill them. I wanted them out of there in the first place. So yeah, I'm gonna take a little broom and a dustpan, mop up their bones, throw them in the ocean.
This prompted Sir Francis Drake to come rescue the colonists and bring them back to England. As you know, a different set of English colonists would return about a year later, in 1587, and vanish. Though, as mentioned before, no mass graves or any large-scale number of bodies have ever been found that might support the idea that over 100 people had been murdered.
So there was an attack the month before he left.
Yes.
I mean, I think we're done here, right?
Why do you think we're done here? There's no...
There's a lot of animosity there.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that this ever went down.
Where do you want the evidence to be? It can be anywhere. You got a big, wide open wilderness there. You can stuff bones anywhere.
I'm sure they've excavated it. They've looked for it.
They've excavated the whole...
It's an island. It's not like it's big.
They could have moved him off the island.
Sure, but there still was no signs that there was a mass attack.
Did they drag the ocean for bones?
I guess not.
Also, I mean, it's not like there's forensics teams back then.
Yeah, I guess
they're not like, we've combed the island.
I guess no one's out there.
The year is 1600.
We're out there dusting for prints.
We combed it as best as we could. We looked. I got on top of a large hill and did this. Didn't see bones. They vanished.
The second theory is that the English settlers joined a nearby friendly Native American tribe and assimilated. One possible Native American ambassador was a man named Manteo, who traveled to England in 1584, but also made a second year-long trip after that between the two Roanoke expeditions. In fact, he sailed back to Roanoke with John White and the new colonists in 1587, spending months together on the journey across the Atlantic. Furthermore, after Manteo was baptized upon his return to Roanoke, John White declared Manteo to be the chief of the Roanoke and Croatoan tribes, whom the English called the Croatan.
This guy on the way back to the island is just
You will be chief. I say so. I'm a white man.
Yeah, well, if John says so, then let's set it up. There's your crown, there's your chair.
What a piece of shit.
However, Manteo was only from the Croatan tribe, not the Roanoke tribe. He could not control them, and so he ended up going back to Croatoan Island with his people, possibly returning at some point to Roanoke to take the colonists with him to Croatoan Island. In 1888, 54 Croatan Native Americans petitioned Congress for aid, describing themselves as a remnant of White's lost colony. A few months later, the directors of the Ethnological Bureau responded writing, quote, "It was thought that traces of white blood could be discovered among the Indians, some among they having gray eyes. It is probable that the greater number of the colonists were killed, but it was quite in keeping with Indian usages that a greater or less number, especially women and children, should have been made captive and subsequently incorporated into the tribe," end quote. In 2015, archaeologists found a series of objects of European origin on Hatteras Island, where the Croatan tribe resided. This included broken bowls from England, the hilt of an iron rapier sword, and a writing tablet made of slate that may have still had the letter M printed on it, and aglets. The sword is of a type used in England in the 16th century, and the hilt of it would have belonged to an Englishman of high standing. The writing tablet would have been used by educated upper-class Europeans. Aglets are small copper tubes used before the 17th century to secure wool fibers. Therefore, these findings would seem to point to the presence of colonists of roughly the same time period and class as the people of Roanoke. However, most of the European finds on Hatteras Island were among other objects that date back to the 17th century, about 100 years after the disappearance of the Roanoke colony. Last but not least, this theory could explain the carving Croatoan that the settlers left behind, perhaps as a clue to their whereabouts.
So John White didn't look for them on this new island.
He tried to, but then the storm...
He failed. So they could have chilled there for a while, and then eventually were like, well, hey, I heard other people are moving in over, a couple states over.
I guess.
Near Philly. We're gonna go check that out. Get
Possibly.
some cheese steaks.
Which brings us to our third theory, that the lost colonists didn't move to Croatoan, but instead moved inland. If you'll recall, John White, the governor of Roanoke, was also an artist. He was also part of the original failed Roanoke expedition, and between 1585 and 1593, he created a detailed watercolor map titled, quote, La Virginie Parse, end quote, that shows the North Carolina coast and includes both Roanoke and Croatoan Island, which are colored red. The cartography of the map is thought to be extremely accurate, described by museum experts as, quote, the most careful, detailed piece of cartography for any part of North America to be made in the 16th century, end quote. And when compared to modern satellite imagery of the same area, the only differences in the map are the naturally changing shapes of the coastline.
Yeah, this guy wasn't looking at Google Earth. He was like, I don't know how you even do that. I guess I'm
How
not.
do you do it?
I don't know anything about cartography. I'm
You
not a
don't.
cartographer.
You absolutely
Well, neither
do
do
not.
you.
Well,
So,
yeah.
I think if you told me to make a map of Hollywood right now, I would have a hard time doing it.
Sometimes, if I'm like figuring out how I want to rearrange furniture, I'll make a little map of my room. And then you're like, oh, I didn't even include the closet. I forgot there's a closet here. I can't even map my apartment.
Wait, you
You've never done that?
You make maps of your room?
I think if we had a map off, I would win.
I'd be devastated.
At a glance, this seemed like nothing more than a map, but upon closer inspection, this map was revealed to perhaps hide secrets that seemed straight out of the film National Treasure.
I was gonna say.
I knew you would like a Nick Cage reference. It's one of Nick Cage's best performances.
It stinks.
The Declaration of Independence.
In 2012, a nonprofit organization called the First Colony Foundation requested that the British Museum re-examine 2 small patches on the map. Using patches to cover mistakes or damage was a common technique in 16th century map making, because maps took so much time and work to create that starting over wasn't a viable option. Using X-ray spectroscopy, infrared light, and other imaging techniques, the British Museum was able to determine that the smaller patch was covering a 4-pointed star, outlined in blue and filled in with red. According to the British Museum's report, quote, while the detailed interpretation of this symbol is beyond the scope of the study and is best left to experts in the field, it seems certain to represent a fort or fortification, end quote. In other words, the star may show the location of a fort inland from Roanoke Island on the western side of Albemarle Sound, where the colonists could have resettled.
He covered it up, and they found it by using light. And here, I'll demonstrate this. I actually prepared this for you. This is the map, right?
Yeah, I know how light works.
Yeah, that's the map.
Yeah, you put a light
Yeah,
underneath.
look how dope this is. Just a little map, then
I
you
know
can see the
what
star.
light looks
It's
like
so
when you
cool.
shine it through a piece of paper.
But like, I'm just saying, it's freaking awesome.
You didn't prepare enough to put a star on there?
There's a,
Oh, I actually couldn't see it. There you go. Now you
can see the star. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's
right?
good. Good work.
Further adding to the mystery, when examined closely, it was discovered that there are actually light markings of this possible fort on top of the patch as well. The British Museum's report posits the markings faded over time, but it also proposes, quote, one other possible, if rather romantic explanation is that these lines could reflect the use of an invisible ink, an ink that would only be revealed when treated in some way, usually by applying heat, end quote. As demonstrated in the film National Treasure, these invisible markings could be accomplished by using milk or lemon juice.
Great. I'm on board.
I will say this.
What?
I tend to lean that it's invisible ink, mainly because why did they cover it up with a patch only to write on top of it again the same exact thing?
Right.
Why-
Like he was like, I'll put this here. Oh shit. Maybe I don't want people to know about this. Patch it up. Maybe I want some people to know about this. Squeeze a lemon.
Then he gets
milk
to
a cow. Doot, 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 doot.
And then he gets to Nick Cajun.
Yeah.
If this fort was indeed intended to be hidden, why the secrecy? Some speculate White could have wanted to hide the colony's location from the English court, which may have contained spies. Whatever the marks indicate, they believe this evidence supports the idea that the settlers could have left Roanoke Island for this inland location. Interestingly, John White himself reportedly made an oblique reference to a location 50 miles inland from Roanoke Island in his account of what happened when he returned. Excavations on this site have turned up evidence of Europeans, including Surrey Hampshire borderware, a type of ceramics that was discontinued soon after Jamestown in 1624, and aglets, the aforementioned copper tube used before the early 17th century to secure wool fibers. This is the best indication of tying the location to Roanoke colonists. though these items cannot, without a doubt, be dated to the same exact time frame. Even if it's eventually confirmed that the colonists moved inland or to Croatoan Island, many possible unanswerable questions remain, such as why did they leave Roanoke Island, and what happened to them afterward, since no definitive existence of any of the 115 lost colonists was documented after August 25th, 1587. These questions have led some to point to supernatural causes.
No.
What's wrong?
I'm just embracing myself for whatever stupid.
Whatever truth comes out here?
No.
Is that what you're scared
That's
of?
Not what I'm expecting. I mean, once you get through the stuff that makes sense, you tend to land on aliens.
Which brings us to our fourth theory, that the colonists' disappearance was an instance of mass abduction by aliens. Some believe aliens would explain why the colonists' bodies were never discovered. And if Croatoan was in fact a clue to where they were going, then why did the colonists not offer any other substantial clues, such as a note or a map? Perhaps because they left the island in haste and not on their own volition. And while I'm going off the deep end, let me end this theory with one last point. What if the hidden symbol on the map is not in fact a fort, but rather a craft to signify a landing spot? Obviously, if this were true, it would absolutely be something that would be hidden.
Mass abduction. Maybe they all lined up in a row and just got in the tractor beam one at a time.
Yeah.
It's like when you go to the bank and it's one of those little chutes. It's just people lining up to get in that
just going
pneumatic
back to-
tube.
Just sucked up into the tube. Yeah.
Thunk, thunk.
That's a knowledge bomb right there.
No, that's not a knowledge bomb.
I just did a airstrike, I did a flyover, you're down there going, yeah, they walked into the ocean, and I dropped a bomb right on top of your big stupid head.
I don't think
and
that's
now
what happened. I think
you're startled by the truth, you're
I
dazed.
think you have
There's-
altitude sickness.
There's stars away surrounding your eyes.
There's no stars here. I think you're insane.
No. Don't you think that's pretty cool? That could in fact be a sign, like a crop circle?
Yeah, but again, if you're already stressed out that these people wrote on a tree something without any context, why is he not going to write on the map, hey, we saw something weird here, instead of just putting a strange little symbol?
Because maybe they assimilated with the alien culture and it's much better there.
Nope.
They're on the prairies and fields of alien landscape, eating little alien berries, eating alien popcorn with half alien kids and half human.
You're hearing yourself saying these things right now. You're committing to this. This is what you want to be known as.
Shockingly, aliens is not the most outlandish theory.
Wait, hang on. It didn't even occur. I didn't even hear the words that you were saying when you said brings us to our next theory, because I thought that was as dumb as it was going to get.
I told you, you have no idea where this is going.
And with that, we have our fifth theory, that the lost colony of Roanoke disappeared due to a zombie plague.
What do you...
Let me hear me out. I got some stuff here.
Read it.
A researcher named Andre Freeman from the Zombie Research Society believes zombies would explain the swift disappearance. Quote, a sudden undead plague sweeping through the unprepared colony would quickly become a horrific, violent feast, leaving not a single man, woman, or child alive. End quote. Roanoke was, after all, an island, so it would conceivably contain the infection to the confines of the shoreline. Before you tune out, Harvard archaeologist Lawrence Steger claims he actually discovered evidence that would suggest mass cannibalism on Roanoke. Granted, Roanoke was experiencing the most extreme drought in the area in 800 years. So some would say this evidence points to the fact that colonists turned to plain old cannibalism rather than The Walking Dead.
You think that's maybe more likely?
Maybe. What if this is the only case of zombies ever, and because it was on an island, it was contained, so therefore it would never happen again?
What if it's not? There's nothing.
There was that bath salts thing where someone thought that guy was a zombie.
He was alive.
Yeah,
he had a beating heart.
Yeah, they were popping him with bullets, and he was just like taking them.
Because he was on drugs,
He
Ryan.
was getting peppered. He was like, feed me more bullets. Yeah.
In the end, the mystery of Roanoke continues to baffle. Did they simply relocate, perhaps joining a neighboring tribe? Were they killed due to tensions with the locals? Or Does the answer lie beyond our comprehension? The true fate of the legendary lost colony of Roanoke remains unsolved.
Where are we going, big guy?
London.
Looks like Shane's driving to the hotel. Wait, he's not.
Here it is, the Viaduct Tavern, the historic Viaduct Tavern.
Incredible floral display out here.
Yeah, impressive architecture. Kind of strange that there's something a little more sinister that maybe lurks beneath.
So poetic. Well, let's
Let's go.
grab a pint.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Viaduct Tavern in London, England, as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? It would be foolish to come all the way down to London and not investigate a pub, so here we are at this pub with some very interesting history, I might say.
Let it flow.
What do you mean by that?
The history and the ale.
I thought you were talking about the ale.
I'm talking about the ale.
Yeah, that being said, why don't we pour ourselves a cold one?
Oh, okay. Off to the races.
In 1869, the Holborn Viaduct was erected in London, England, and was considered a feat of engineering at the time. Viaduct Tavern was opened later that same year, according to the tavern's own history. Nestled between many historic locations in a bustling area of London, Viaduct Tavern is plenty historic in its own right. The tavern originally opened as one of London's many gin palaces, and is the last surviving gin palace from the Victorian era you can find in London.
Gin palace.
Yeah.
It's a gin, they just called it a gin palace.
They were very common back in the day. I'm about to get into it.
People loved gin for a long time.
You'll see why they love gin. There's a reason why.
Gin was popular among poor Londoners due to the fact that legislation in the 19th century caused gin to be cheaper than beer. Gin palaces were designed to be as opulent as could be, with rose and gold details, large windows, and gas lamps illuminating the palace. The tavern had a diverse clientele, including the working class, lawyers, and government officials, as well as criminals due to the nearby prisons. A cashier's booth where the landlady would exchange cash for gin tokens is still available for viewing. But before we go over there, let's have another pint.
Cheers. Ryan, I think you should probably go in the box. Do you want me to go in the box? Or do you want to go in the box?
I'm not scared of this landlady.
All right.
Yet. Oh shit.
Good luck.
All right. If there's anybody in here with me right now, can you say something? Perhaps the old landlady who exchanged gin tokens because you didn't trust your staff? Can you say something? Oh god damn it, my light just fucking turned. I just
Give me
replaced
gin.
the batteries.
I
in this
want
fucking
my
light.
gin.
Shut up.
Ma'am.
I'm gonna give you 1 minute to talk. All right, here we go. Oh shit, my fucking light keeps turning. I just replaced the fucking, oh god damn it. Well, there we go. Is there anybody in here with me right now?
Gin, ma'am.
Ignore my tall, idiotic counterpart.
I need me gin.
All right, 30 seconds. If you could not turn my light out again. God fucking damn it. And I'm out. I'm out of here. Peace.
Another historical artifact is a hole in a painting on the wall. It's believed that this hole was made by an off-duty soldier during World War I. The soldier may have helped himself to one too many gin drinks, and the hole was the result of a bullet going through the painting.
As you can see, this painting is left over from the Gin Palace era, and there's the hole. Actually, let me just examine that a little bit.
Examine the hole. Oh, that is prominent. That's a prominent hole.
That does look like a bullet. Oh, there's a ceiling spot right there. You could see it.
And then up here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So,
Pachoo. Pow.
right into the back of this lovely woman in a blue dress.
You almost startled me with your realistic gunfire
I know, it
noises.
was like a Sam Peckinpah movie.
Why don't you reach out to the soldier who shot that?
Oh,
There is a smoother way to do this. Oh, should I sit next to you?
wait, hang on. Yeah, I got it.
Whoever put a hole in this painting, do you realize that was extremely dangerous and you could have probably killed somebody inside this bar?
He doesn't care. He was
I'm
full of
asking-
gin.
I'm talking to him.
Oh, you didn't care. You were full of gin, right?
We're gonna give you 1 minute to explain yourself.
What are you expecting to hear on this tape? Like a, well, see, here's the thing. Hey, come on, speak up. Do ghost stuff.
The bar is also said to be haunted by a rather thirsty ghost who steals people's drinks when they aren't paying attention.
Come on, move it.
This is, I feel like this is very representative of this entire series.
If there's a ghost in here, can you move our drinks? Oh, look at this painting over here. I'm not.
Oh, I see
I'm
what we're
kinda-
doing.
Oh, look at the painting over there. Wow. It
Our
would
backs
really-
are certainly turned.
It'd be a shame if someone did something to my drink.
What's interesting is when you look at this painting, you can't see the beer that you're drinking behind you.
No reflection at all. Perfect opportunity for someone who calls himself.
Okay, let's turn around in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so are we, is that it? Ghosts aren't real? We're
No,
done?
no, not.
End of the series?
That's a very hard thing to ask for. Ghosts, like I've said this to you a million times. Ghosts are basically energy. And for them to manifest that in a physical manner, it takes a lot of energy. When there's such
I know,
a small field gauge to build from, it's going to be very hard for them to take a sip of a cold one.
Have a drink. I know you need it. It's been a rough season for the Bugaras.
Aside from its rowdy history as a gin palace, this bar may be haunted for much darker reasons. As mentioned before, Viaduct Tavern is nestled between many historic locations. Just a few feet north of Viaduct Tavern on Giltspur Street stood Giltspur Street Compter, a debtor's prison that was demolished in 1854. Across Newgate Street loomed the notoriously dreadful Newgate Jail. Living conditions were horrific inside Newgate, with some prisoners sleeping on the floor, while more nefarious criminals were locked in cells underground. As a result of these horrendous conditions, sickness and disease ran rampant throughout the facility.
I assume most prisons in the 1800s weren't 4 stars.
Yeah, not a lot of codes to be held there.
No.
Located just outside the doors of Viaduct Tavern was the former gallows of Newgate Jail, where public executions were held at 8 o'clock in the morning as the bells of the nearby St. Sepulchre Church rang. Executions became sort of a morbid social event, with crowds of rowdy and drunk people gathering to watch as a form of entertainment or fascination. Some people would even arrive the night before to ensure a good view. In fact, one pub that still stands today across the street from Viaduct, called Magpie and Stump, would have viewing rooms that people could rent out, and even offered an execution breakfast.
I love it. I love everything about it.
I knew you would. I knew you
really
would enjoy
do.
that. Holy sh!
I really do love it. Get a little breakfast. It's like going to Disneyland. You know how people in Disneyland get like a little restaurant seat right by so they can see the parade?
Yeah.
This is like that, but you watch a man's neck break.
Okay. So this spot right here, in particular, this fountain is said to be the former site of the gallows where they had the public executions. It's not confirmed that this is the actual site, but many people believe it to be. Some place it kind of in the street here. Either way, you can see the Viaduct Tavern
Right there.
right there. If
Clear as day.
whatever that building used to be, if it was a building in fact, it would have a great view of, you know,
all the people dying.
Newgate Prison, right there. Giltspur Street Compter, right there. All of them were on a collision course to our old friend Viaduct Tavern.
We should head back in there probably and drink. This has been fun. I love the history.
Well, we
here.
can't really do an EVP here because
That's
there's a
fine.
bunch of cars and shit.
We'll be okay.
Is there anybody here?
Nope. We should go get more gin.
Is there anybody here?
Let's go get a beer. Come on.
Let's visit the two most active areas of the building, starting with the upstairs loft. In 1982, the daughter of the landlord was reading the paper one Sunday afternoon in the upstairs loft. As she was sitting on the couch, she reportedly heard footsteps coming quickly up the stairs. The door of the room swung open, and the newspaper was grabbed out of her hands and thrown on the floor. The door swung shut, and she could hear footsteps descending the stairs. Afterward, the landlord's daughter searched the pub and couldn't find anyone around. In 1999, two electricians were working upstairs at the tavern when one claimed he felt a tap on his shoulder without a sign of anyone. A few minutes after this odd experience, the two reportedly witnessed a roll of carpeting rise into the air and fall back to the floor. Some believe that a murdered prostitute is responsible for these strange occurrences. Regardless of the source, it would seem that there is indeed a poltergeist of sorts lurking in the loft above the tavern.
There we go.
All right, so now we're gonna go to the upstairs lofts.
Very sparkly. What? Down here, this is sparkly. It's a sparkly fucking thing.
Oh, from the old days of the Gin Palace. It's
Ornate.
gold.
Stairs are a little wonky.
I think you're just drunk.
Nope. These stairs are wonky.
So right now we're in the upstairs loft. We have motion lights that are triangulating our position right now, just in case something moves up here, because things move up here all the time, like carpets and newspapers.
You're still going for these things.
It's gotta work eventually. If there's anything up here with us right now, there's lots of things to move. Can you move something for us? We were downstairs, we had a couple pints, we've been having a good time. Why don't you join in the fun?
Go on. Go on then. Is Santa Claus here maybe?
If there's anything here right now, can you say something? Can you move something? There's a chandelier above us, can you move that? Stop that. Well, that's that.
After I say, well, that's that, our audio recorder picks up a voice responding, no.
That's that. That's that.
Thrown in the towel, huh?
We're going downstairs. No, we're going to the most haunted part of the building.
Oh, okay.
The most haunted part of the building is undoubtedly the tavern cellar. In the 1980s, a landlord was in the cellar when the lights suddenly went out. The cellar door slammed shut behind him, and he then heard, quote, "There's just us two down here now," end quote.
We're going to the cellar.
All right. Don't fall down these stairs.
Oh, that's a smell.
The Viaduct Tavern goal.
It's jail, you idiot.
Jail? Who spells it that way?
That's how they used to spell it back in Old English times.
You're gonna end up in jail.
Oh boy. I feel like my bravery is gonna stop at this point. Oh, it is cold in here.
It's brisk, baby. So where are we going now? We're in a
So-
little beer hut.
This is the cellar door, or that's the cellar door that we were just at. This is where the landlord had the door closed on them.
It's a heavy door.
Okay, let's do this. Let's see.
You want to do a door test?
Let's do a door test.
Boy, that door. Yeah, I can't imagine how that door could close by itself. That's a real mystery.
Some paranormal experts believe that running water tends to carry energy with it, and therefore catalyze paranormal activity. And this is exacerbated by underground sources of water. One of the rooms in the cellar flooded frequently until they finally realized that there was an underground stream below the cellar.
In this door right here, this is where the room was constantly flooding. And as I was saying before, underground sources of water may conduct some energy.
A little trouble with that door there?
Shut up. Oh wait, this is the wrong room.
Okay. All right.
All right, sorry. It's this room, let's do that again.
So this door then?
And it's because they found in here, in this back room, there was actually a valve. This is not it either.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Hold on. Maybe it wasn't here.
Okay, let's go back into this door then.
Shut up. Oh yes, it was in this room. Oh, this room does feel a little weird actually.
You get vibes in here?
Yeah, I don't like this room.
Get mad vibes in here?
Well, if you look right there, there's a hatch.
Yeah, where's that go?
That's the river underground.
Oh, you can hear it.
We should reach out here.
Oh, sure.
Let's do a spirit box section. Maybe this will help you talk to us. Can you say where you're at? Can you say what prison you were in?
This is fucking stupid.
That sound, okay, you're gonna think this is stupid, but that sounded like Compter. Look at his face. It sounded like Compter, I'm not gonna lie, it did. You know what? Let's do this individually in the cells.
The most famous part of this cellar, and the tavern in general, is the cell room. It's long been part of the tavern's lore that the cells located in this cellar are the last remaining cells of the former Newgate jail across the street. However, historical records don't seem to indicate that. The tavern itself claims that the cells were associated with the Giltspur Street Compter, located just next door. Some believe the cellar cells are merely a storage space for the pub. Regardless, these cells are definitely wedged between two famous London prisons, and are reportedly the most active part of the tavern. So there's only one way to find out.
Well, in you go.
Okay, thanks for all these. Can you close the door behind me? Okay.
Get your big ass legs in there.
Here I am. Sort of defeats the point because I can't really see anything. Sure is dark in here. If there's a spirit in here, maybe someone who wants to come out and play, I'll give you 3 minutes and you can chat me up, as you like to say in this country. Ghosts, ghosts. Make it stink. Look, I'm gonna level with you, ghosts. It's been a really rough season for Ryan Bergara and all his little followers. They can't find any ghosts.
Maybe you should shut your fat mouth for the last 30 seconds.
Okay.
Ghosts aren't real.
All right, time to move on to your old friend Spirit Box.
I love the spirit box. All right, ghouly ghouls. Let's do something fun. I got your little speaker cracking here, so I'm gonna ask you some questions. I'll ask you to respond. Do whatever you can. Hi, my name is Shane. Can you say my name? No, so that's a big no on that one. Can you say Ryan's name? Do you hate the spirit box as much as I do? Also nothing, hearing nothing, a lot of nothing.
You're free to come out, you big lummox. Get out of here. What'd you think? Want to turn that off?
This has been a huge waste of time. You got this?
I think. I'm just gonna keep telling myself these weren't real jail cells, but they may have been. Who knows?
Before you go in, scale of 1 to 10. 10 being I'm about to poop myself. 1 being I got it, bro. Where you at?
About like a 7 or 8.
Yeah, huh?
Well,
to
I haven't
pooping.
even got the door closed yet.
All right.
Oh my God. Oh,
We just have fun here, you know?
Oh, fuck. Hello? Oh God, I really don't like this.
Too bad.
Is there anybody in here with me? Is there anybody in here with me? All right, I'm gonna use something that you can maybe use the energy from to maybe talk to me, so it's gonna be loud at first. Here we go. Use this to talk to me. Is there anybody here with me now? Is there anybody here with me right now? What was that? What? Is I can't understand you. Can you say that again? Downstairs. Why are you down here? Did you actually spend time down here, or is this not a prison? What? Is there...
But ghosts? My word. What a waste of time.
I'm coming out. I think I'm good.
Okay.
I'm so happy.
Was it? Oh, it's chilly. I got a little blast of cold air
It's
from
not
there.
fun in there.
No?
Shall we get out of here?
Yeah, here's your toys.
It's not a toy. It's
It's your magical toys.
It's a tool.
I didn't do that on purpose.
Should we leave?
Yeah.
Want to pick that up? Oh, you son of a bitch. just stepped over it. Wait for me. Don't leave me down here.
Bye.
There's no denying the Viaduct Tavern's front row seat to London's dark history, and even the history of the tavern itself would lend itself to a potential haunting. All things considered, there's no telling what spirits may walk through the tavern doors to mingle with the living. But in the end, whether or not Viaduct Tavern is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
Well, there it is. Colchester Castle.
Is this your first castle?
This is my first castle.
Same. It's very imposing from the
This
outside.
is
I do
truly
love it.
an imposing castle. It really is a character in itself. There's a little tree growing on the top of the roof.
My goodness.
Spooky castle, that's every investigator's dream.
Yeah.
And now we're about to live it.
We're turning into Scooby-Doo.
Maybe.
We're just becoming, we need a van with flowers all over it. How does this, I've never entered. You don't knock, do you?
Knock, knock. The boys are here.
Oh.
Okay.
Good creek.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate Colchester Castle in Colchester, England as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? This castle has a rich history down even to the foundation, so there's no telling how many spirits remain trapped within the walls.
Thousands.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
If you look at the history, that may actually be more on the nose than you thought.
All right, well, we're gonna see 1,000 ghosts tonight. Any less and that's a failure.
Colchester is the oldest recorded town in Britain and Britain's first Roman capital. Colchester is also said to be full of haunted locations, but perhaps sitting atop them all is Colchester Castle. Even as early as the late 1930s, a man decided to spend the night locked in the castle to win a bet of £200. After entering at 8 p.m., only 2 hours later, a person was spotted yelling and waving their arms on the roof of the castle by people on High Street. He was taken to Severall's Hospital after being sedated and reportedly passed away a few months later, having never regained sanity.
Maybe there was some other stuff going on with him. I feel like maybe he ate some moldy bread or something.
You and the moldy bread, that's your number one.
That's what happened to those people
Actually,
in
it's your
France.
number, here's Shane's starter kit. If you want to be a Shaniac, here's your
Eat some
starter
moldy
kit.
bread.
You gotta be fond of wind,
You gotta love squeaky shoes. Moldy bread.
Sure.
Boom, boom, boom. You're a Shaniac now.
Between the years of 54 AD and 60 AD, the Roman Temple of Claudius was built on the spot that Colchester Castle now stands. Around 61 AD, the temple was sacked, and the town was burnt to the ground by legendary Briton rebel Queen Boudica. Colchester Castle has a vaulted Roman basement that can still be visited today. It is here that some have reported seeing the apparition of a Roman soldier.
All right, down to the vaults we go.
Ooh. Steep.
Yeah, watch your step. This is where they came down, the excavation site.
Really haven't done much with it.
Well, I mean, what do you want? It was a foundation. What do you want them to do?
Put a pool table down here.
Yeah, pool. You want them to turn this into a billiards club?
Something.
A Christmas tree?
A little pinball machine?
Yeah, a jukebox.
No. So, can
Wait,
What?
did you hear that?
Did I hear what? So, can
Wait,
What?
it's definitely something. I mean, I could.
We have different ideas of things that are definitely something.
Yeah, I think you think. I mean, I could see you saying this is like someone.
That sounds alarmingly similar to what.
Yeah, but none of us are doing that.
Okay.
I'm serious. They came from over there. Oh, don't. Not even a little bit of concern on his face.
Hello?
Hello? Anybody down here with us in this creepy little hole? Are we alone? You're an idiot.
There's nothing here.
Yeah, I told you.
I did get spider webs in my hair.
You did. Look at you. You look like Dr. Henry Jones.
Hey, another room that looks just like this one.
You look ridiculous with that cobweb in your hair.
It's still in
Let
there?
me get that out.
Thank you. Did you eat it?
It went in my mouth.
You just tasted history. That's probably been down here for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I know. You could have told me that you had so much in your hair. I thought it was just a cobweb.
I can't see the
There was a
top
whole pile of rubble.
I can't see the top of my head. I don't know.
No one could see the top of your head except God.
Okay.
Skipping forward a little over 1,000 years, we arrive at the start of construction on Colchester Castle, which lasted 50 years. When completed, it became the largest and first Norman-built great keep. The castle, which is considered one of the 7 man-made wonders in eastern England, predates even the Tower of London. In fact, Colchester Castle served as the blueprint for the Tower of London. The castle's purpose was twofold. First, to protect against Scandinavian attack by the sea, and second, to monitor and assert power over the town and surrounding land. Skipping ahead to the 1200s, the castle was used as a prison, sometimes for hundreds of prisoners of war, and the conditions were remarkably poor.
So these are the great stairs. Anybody of importance would use this entrance to go see the king, or maybe the king himself would even go up these.
These are the fancy stairs.
The fancy boy stairs.
Oh, we're fancy boys.
We are fancy boys. And look at that. That's a witchcraft symbol. That's to prevent witches, not to conjure them.
I know a lot of accomplished artists here back in the day.
It's on stone. Give them a break. Watch your step. Well, I guess for normal people, these are big steps. For you, these are...
Yeah, you could take your little steps on the inside.
Yeah,
over
I'll do
here.
that. And you take your
And I'll take
giant
my-
steps on the outside.
My big steps over here.
Okay. I know a lot of important people were walking up this staircase, and I gotta tell you, 2 very unimportant people are now at the top of it. How do you guards feel about that?
Couple of schmoes up here.
Couple of American schmucks.
Yeah,
Yankee
that's right.
schmucks.
We're both dipshits.
I'm one of the stupidest people to ever walk the earth, and I made it up your staircase.
Yeah.
He's even dumber than me.
That's not. How dare you?
It's a bit. I didn't mean it.
Okay. Yes, I'm dumber than him.
I meant it.
You son of a bitch. This is classic castle door. Look at this thing.
Oh, I think that may go to the roof. No longer for access.
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up what sounds like a woman singing.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic castle door. Look at this thing.
Oh, I think that may go to the roof. No longer for access. It changes pitches.
Yeah, it does.
So it's not a a creaky door.
What's the correlation there?
What's the correlation? We're in a castle
So
and
it's
we're
gotta
hearing
be-
a woman singing. That's what the correlation is, and there's nobody in the castle that could be singing. I think that's pretty strong. Is this not, and I know you normally harp on how EVPs are strange or like not very compelling, like they're words that you can't really make out. This is pretty crazy. Like when you consider it in the gamut of what I've offered before, I think this is
You know, sure.
clearly the weirdest one we've gotten.
It's a weird one.
It's a weird one.
I mean, this is classic castle door. Look at this thing.
Oh, I think that may go to the roof. No longer for access.
Some video would be great. There's no correlation here. There's nothing. I know you're gonna do your thing.
Yeah. That's
I'm Jim on The Office, and I believe in ghosts.
okay. Well,
Moving to 1648, Colchester Castle became connected to the Second English Civil War between the Royalist Cavaliers and the Parliamentarian Roundheads.
Roundheads is a little. That's what heads are, though.
that's a good point. That's just like saying heads.
Yeah, or hole butts. Well, we call ourselves that because we've got a little hole between our two butt cheeks. Well, yes, sir, everyone does. Well, then we'll call ourselves the Roundheads. All right, I don't think you get it.
The Roundheads would eventually prevail, executing the Royalist leaders Sir George Lisle and Sir Charles Lucas on the grounds of Colchester Castle. Today, an obelisk marks the spot of their execution, where it's said that grass will not grow.
Behold, we found the obelisk.
All hail the obelisk. So where's this grass? It
I'm
doesn't
trying to-
grow?
Is this it?
No, this is just dirt on top of
Is it?
pavement. I bet if you put grass seed on this, you'd be fine.
Nah.
No?
In 1656, the castle would welcome perhaps its most famous specter, a man named James Parnell. Parnell was a Quaker praying in Coggles Hall Church when an altercation broke out. He was accused with blasphemy and charged £40. After his refusal to pay, he was imprisoned in the castle dungeon. During his time in prison, his jailer would make him climb a rope to reach the small amount of food they offered him. He eventually had a bad fall from this routine, most likely due to a poor diet and bad treatment. Parnell would eventually die as a result on April 10th, 1656, and was buried on castle grounds in an unmarked grave. It's said that Parnell haunts the castle dungeon, close to the eastern wall.
All right, we're gonna use a tool here that you may be able to use to speak to us.
This is gonna seem very jarring to you.
All right. Is there anybody here with us right now? I'm not getting anything. It sounds like a nightmare.
It really does. James, is this how you saw your ghost life turning out?
Talking to two idiots.
He said no. No.
Was that you or is that something else? Would you like me to turn it off, Shane?
Yeah. What a moment. James probably feels vindicated, thanks to you and your screaming radio.
Moving forward, in 1835, the castle's use as a prison ceased, and in 1860, the castle became a museum. It is still a museum today.
They were on top of it. They need a museum for the museum. 100 years from now, they're gonna have museums about all the museums that we saw in our lifetime.
Yeah, they may even be like 100 years before now. Two royal jackasses sat in this spot and carelessly talked about history.
You think they're gonna have like wax figures of us?
Yeah, one of them will have a 8-foot round head.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And one of them will be this chair, but it'll be giant, and it'll say, if you sit in this chair, you'll feel the same, like you're the same size as Ryan Bergara, the littlest man of the 21st century.
Well, if it's a wax figure, they could just take this normal chair and put a little like doll here.
Yeah.
Anybody here with us? Anybody in this museum at all that wants to speak to us?
Oh, do you feel strong?
I feel like a strong man. I never feel like a strong man.
I know. Jesus, man. You need to bring with one of these everywhere you go.
Yeah, if they throw something at me now, I am protected.
You would think a place of such history, loaded with trigger objects, there'd be just this place would just be bursting at the seams with spirits.
You would think that, right?
Shut up. Speaking of trigger objects, those are legitimate helmets.
Well, let's...
I mean, come on. We've been given a
This
gift.
is about as authentic as it gets, because these are...
I'll wear this one. You wear the...
Okay.
Oh man, it is so heavy.
Is it really?
Yeah. We were about to die. Salute you. You look like you have the biggest head I've ever seen. You look like you have a cone head.
This is like a thimble on an apple.
Anybody here? We hear people see you. Want to see if it's true. I'm scanning like a madman right now. I'm trying to just...
What are you hoping to see?
A ghost? Nobody? Could you say something to me right here? Close? I'll hear it later.
He'll listen to it over and over again, every night before he goes to sleep.
All right, we're moving on.
This castle is also said to be home to a ghost cat, perhaps due to the fact that Romans would entomb dead cats in their walls as a sign of good luck. Another spirit that's said to haunt the castle is the ghost of a headless nun, in addition to reports of disembodied cries. There's an area in the castle that once functioned as a chapel. Perhaps we'll find her there.
Who chopped a nun's head off?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why would you chop a nun's head off?
There's no story behind it?
Well, I mean, like, a lot of people were anti-religion back in the day.
You just chop a nun's head off?
Yeah.
I don't agree with this.
Oh, you think that was too much? Do you think that's where they drew the line? After they were tarring and feathering people,
I thought
taking
they were
their limbs off?
I just thought they were chill with nuns. You gotta be a bad guy to chop a nun's head off.
Yeah. Is there anybody in here with us right now?
Or is that maybe the nun without a head? Well, she couldn't hear us.
Yeah.
So never mind. Is that Morse code?
Hello? What the fuck?
If you're a ghost, please tap on the window.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Do you not like us sitting in your church?
We know a lot of demons. Some of them like to follow us. We may have brought some with us.
Oh!
What? The fuck is... What is wrong with you?
Oh, fuck!
Wait.
Wait a second. No.
Did you just see your reflection?
No, look.
What?
I'm gonna go see what it is. What the fuck is that? There's not a tree out here, that's for sure.
It's like a flag out there.
Phew, boy, that scared the shit out of me at first, though.
Sure did.
One excerpt of dark history I skipped over occurred in the late 1600s. During that time, Essex, the county where Colchester is located, was known as the, quote, witching county of Britain, end quote. Essex saw more witches executed during this time than any of the other UK counties. Matthew Hopkins, who dubbed himself the, quote, Witchfinder General, end quote, was responsible for rooting out suspected witches and interrogating them. Because Hopkins could not explicitly torture suspected witches, he would subject them to forced standing and sleep deprivation.
You know, it's just never a good sign when you give yourself a nickname.
But you know he was walking around town going like, yeah, you know me, the Witchfinder General.
Do you think he had one, like he made himself a fake honorary Witchfinder General badge and he's like wore it really, like proudly shines it every day?
And what a brave guy, by the way, making him stand.
Yeah, I could see him there just with this little weird smile on his face.
Poking him with a stick. Oh, you look like you're ready for a sit.
Yeah, that guy was a dick.
Colchester Castle was the site of many interrogations, and between 1645 and 1647, it was used to imprison over 200 accused women. Many suspected witches perished from jail fever while imprisoned at the castle, most before even going to trial. Today, those dungeons still remain, waiting for visitors. So, to finish this out, let's visit the dungeons individually to see if any will communicate with us.
This is the witch dungeon.
Very, very unnecessary.
That's what it's called.
I'm just saying they were probably weak.
Look, there he is right
feeble
there.
women. Who's that?
Matthew Hopkins.
The Witchfinder General. Good door. They really knew how to make spooky doors back then.
Yeah. So I figure we'll just lock ourselves in here one by one and try and see if we could talk to some people.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a spirit box. I'm guessing you're not gonna use that.
I'm done with the spirit box, Ryan. If there's anyone here, please reach out. I've given you a fairly high quality microphone to speak into.
At this moment, our camera catches a white orb moving away from Shane's body.
So you've resorted to orbs now.
No.
Yes,
No.
yes,
I
yes,
no.
yes. You've resorted to
okay,
orbs.
I'm not an orb guy. Here's the thing. If I'm gonna say this is a monumental piece of paranormal evidence, no, I'm not. But I'm gonna say that if orbs are indeed real, then this might be an orb because it looks a little different than dust or bugs, which I've seen a lot of. It's moving in a certain way that to me would suggest that maybe it's an orb. I'm not saying it definitively is an orb. This is just something that some people might find interesting. So you can wipe that stupid grin off your face and just enjoy it. Enjoy that juicy orb.
I'm gonna enjoy this orb.
You take a bite out of it, it's delicious.
Dust. I cannot tell you how much I hate the spirit box. And frankly, I get it. I wouldn't want to talk to Ryan either. Not when he's coming in here all wide-eyed, sweaty. But if you are real, I invite you to really, he's gonna be in here after me. He looks a little bit like me, but shave off 4 feet. And you'll see him come in. Just keep your eyes near the ground, you'll see him.
Oh God. Just even sitting here sucks. Imagine sleeping on this floor, it's awful.
At this moment, our camera catches an orb similar to the one seen in Shane's lockdown, moving towards my body.
Are you suggesting that it planted itself inside your person?
I'm not saying that it's trying to Voltron with my spirit.
This is why you're an orb guy.
No.
Now you got an orb in you.
That's what it is.
You got orbs in your brain.
I've consumed the orb and now it's manning the controls in my brain.
Yeah, you're pushing the orb agenda.
It's moving me around like a little robot Ryan.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is just like the last one, and this one even more so, it's moving in a way that's a little different than dust and bugs that I've seen in the past.
It's not moving in a way that dust or bugs don't.
It's very prominent.
How is that not dust-like? Floating slowly in a downward trajectory.
Here we go. All right, it's about to get really loud in here. Is there anybody here with me right now? Is there anybody here with me right now that wants to say anything? Any accused witches? What is your name? Is there anybody in here? Can you tell me your name? Selena. My name's Ryan. Could you say Ryan back to me? I'm gonna turn off my box now. Oh God, it's so much worse in here when it's silent like this.
Okay, time's up.
I'm done with this. And if you're in here, Matthew, you could go fuck yourself. Goodbye, whoever was in there, if there was anybody. You'll be happy to know that the boys are gone.
Yeah, we're leaving you now. Hope you've had a good time with us.
Should we close the door and keep them in?
No, let them run free. You'd be just as bad as the jailer then.
I don't know, well, if it was... Colchester Castle has been conquered. by the Ghouligans.
The Ghouligans?
That's us.
Is this a new thing?
We're the Ghouligans.
I'm into that. We killed every last ghost at this museum. Yes, we did.
That's not what we do. That's not what the Ghouligans are about.
Yeah.
You know what? You're off the Ghouligans. You're off the team.
I am the team.
Towering over the historic town of Colchester, Colchester Castle remains, waiting for those to investigate the mysteries trapped within its walls. It's unclear how many spirits remain shackled in the dungeons of this powerful castle, but our experiences tonight can attest to the notion that there's quite a few. Still, whether or not Colchester Castle is definitively haunted will remain unsolved.
Well, I gotta say, it doesn't really get more London than this. We got the cobblestones, the dimly lit lights. And then right here, we have the catacombs, London tombs that sit under the bustling city of London.
Very,
And they aren't shying away from it, look at that.
yeah, very theatrical.
It is a tourist attraction now that's a haunted maze, but it does sit atop a bed of history that's very genuine.
Let's have a peek at the tombs of
Okay.
London.
Yeah, just get on with it.
All right.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate London tombs as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real? These tombs are not the most pleasant, as you can see, and they have some pretty gruesome history.
Production value here is through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, it is a haunted attraction.
This is sort of a funny location, huh?
It's a fun house built on top of a historical atrocity.
Okay, well, that's one way to do it, I guess.
That being said, let's get into it.
Oh, okay.
Deep beneath the earth at the foot of London Bridge lie catacombs now referred to as the London Tombs. It's unclear how old these catacombs are, but the bridge itself dates back to ancient Roman times, and a brief look into London's tragic history may provide an answer. In the city's history, there have been several deadly epidemics. Mass graves known as plague pits were made across the city to accommodate the magnitude of the deaths, during which hundreds of bodies were quickly buried without coffins or ceremonies.
That's fair.
You know, yeah, I mean, you look back at that and you could say, oh, so inhumane, but if this person's flesh is decomposing off their face while they're still alive.
Yeah, that was a bad thing. You gotta get rid of those bodies as quick as you can.
Yeah, burn them. They're like White Walkers.
Throw them in a volcano, I don't care.
If I had flesh falling off my face, I would expect you to put a bullet in my head.
Happily.
Oh, don't you have to be that excited.
You wouldn't even have to ask, buddy.
If you didn't have flesh falling off your face at all, I'd still put a bullet in your head.
For what reason? Wait, you're saying you would shoot me
Moving
in the
on.
head? What the fuck?
One of the worst plagues in human history, referred to as the Black Death, occurred in Europe between 1347 and 1351 and killed an estimated 1.5 million Britons, a staggering number when you consider that was about a third of Britain's population at the time. In 1665, another outbreak of the bubonic plague devastated the city, now known as the Great Plague of London. The disease ultimately claimed as many as 100,000 lives, roughly a fifth of London's population.
What a chunk.
I mean, this was no joke.
What a chunk.
There's a reason why they called it the Great Plague.
Oh, it was great, man.
No,
You should have been there for that plague.
No, it wasn't like
Kicked ass. That thing was a hell of a plague.
Yeah, I TiVoed it.
I don't have any family left.
Between these two outbreaks, there's no telling how many plague pits are littered throughout the city. It's actually a popular urban myth that the famous London Underground subway system was designed in its meandering route so as to avoid the plague pits.
Yeah, probably not true.
Fun to imagine a train weaving around a bunch of dead people.
Just plowing through a pile of bones. Oh, don't worry, those are old bones.
Can't go this way, too much bones.
We got bones on the track again. I'm from London.
Records from John Stow's 1598 survey of London suggest that up to 150,000 bodies had been buried throughout London in plague pits. Evidence of these mass graves have been discovered throughout various points in history. As recently as 2013, a pit of 14 bodies was discovered in Farringdon's Charterhouse Square by engineers working on London's Crossrail project.
14.
That's
kind
still
of chump change. I know that's 14 human lives, but
chump change.
I mean, when you're saying they buried 150,000, you'd at least expect it.
Not in
100 in a
one
pit.
giant pit. I mean, like across.
Yeah, I know, but 14 isn't.
Okay, put it this way. How often are we digging up somewhere for a new development in Los Angeles and go, oh, there's 14 bones here, or there's 14 piles of bones?
You know, we're a young country. I'm sure in 100 years there'll be a lot of us buried in holes that they'll find mass graves, you know.
That's not how it works, man.
Yeah, we're gonna go through some stuff. I feel it coming.
Jesus, you're an anarchist. What is going on?
This dark history takes us to the London tombs we sit in tonight. Prior to becoming a tourist attraction, the tombs had been sealed for decades. Excavations to build the attraction began as early as 2007 by brothers Lee and Danny Scriven of Kent. The project was said to cost over £2 million. During its excavation, they claimed, quote, hundreds of bodies were uncovered from the plague pit, end quote, where the tomb is located. According to BBC reports, after, quote, skeletons were found in a sealed vault in the basement, end quote, the builders refused to work on site alone. Shortly after, a second, quote, Hall of Bones, end quote, was found under concrete, which was said to have, quote, intensified the spooky activities, end quote.
The Hall of Bones. I like that.
I mean, this is serious, man. They found a shitload of bones in here.
Yeah, as you would.
Police pathologists reportedly dated the bones to the mid-17th century, which lead to their leading theory that the remains had indeed been plague victims. With this gruesome revelation, it's no wonder the construction workers experienced strange activity after disturbing the bodies of the site. Workers would report disappearing tools and strange noises. They witnessed a mysterious surge where over a dozen light bulbs had blown despite the new working electrical system. Some reported feeling as if someone was watching them. Perhaps most horrifyingly, those who have visited since have claimed to experience hideous visions, seen sinister faces suspended in midair, and felt violent poltergeist attacks. With that in mind, let's take a glimpse at the current status of the underground tombs we sit in tonight. As mentioned before, these tombs are now an attraction, a maze filled with scare actors and sets to scare thrill-seeking tourists. But tonight, this labyrinth of rooms sits vacant, ready for us to find what bits of history refuse to leave.
There's a little skeleton man in that train.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
So this is not very serious, any of this, right? This is what we're in for tonight? We're in for this?
I don't know. I have no idea.
They do have great respect for their dead here in England.
You can see it's kind of a nightmare. There's dolls everywhere. It kind of brings us back to Spider Island or Island of the Dolls.
Yeah, I feel home.
I feel like we're in that shed again.
Yeah.
And just like that, there's one marquee doll.
There's what? Oh!
This is the doll that a psychic apparently hates and won't enter here.
I guess that's par for the course, though. I'm actually pretty impressed with how awful a lot of these look. That one's in a cage. That baby's in a cage.
You gotta cage it up.
A bad baby.
Otherwise it'll
Put it
run
in a
amok.
cage.
As you can see, I've placed all my equipment in her lap.
Yes.
So let's do it. Cover your ears.
Oh, this, okay.
We're back.
Here we are. Can you say hello?
Oh shit!
Heard it.
It actually sounded like hello. Fuck.
Yeah. Can you say either of our names? It's Ryan and Shane.
What? Who's in this room? Where are you right now?
Every time you hear a voice, you go, and then it's almost as if your brain a half a second later realizes, oh, then nothing of value was said.
Well, it sounded like it said here.
Didn't say here.
It said here, it sounded like. But once again, I agree with you that can we at least agree that one word doesn't mean much?
No.
Okay, but if it's two words, we're coming back at you.
You there. Why don't you talk? Huh?
Yeah, what about you?
got something to say?
Jesterman, you got something to say?
Hey, have you?
How about you?
Bear. Your face got burned. Why don't you talk?
How about
on,
you,
baby.
headless bride? You got something to say? Oh, you, Farmer John, overall boy.
Do any of you have anything to say to us?
Come on. There's got to be one soul in here that Jesus Christ, what in the name of Christ is that?
It's a demon baby.
It's a freaking exorcist baby. Headless troll doll.
Speak to us. Say something crazy. Make Ryan lose his mind.
Let's hear it.
Come on.
Come on. On with it.
Come on. I would pay thousands of dollars for ghosts to be real, just so we could stop doing this 2 minutes earlier.
What did you think that said?
I think it said,
One room in the maze, referred to as the Brown Room, is said to play host to a shadowy figure that lurks in the dark corners of the room.
Apparently this is the beginning room of the maze.
this is sort of a class. Oh, hello, sir.
This is usually where they see a shadow man in here, in the back corners.
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up what sounds like a distant female scream.
In the back corners.
This used to be the tomb.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's...
This is this whole area right here.
Well, there's this, they excavated...
This is the tomb.
They excavated the whole site, and there was one room in particular where most of the bones were. This was not it.
Okay.
But this whole site as a whole was like all part of an underground system.
It's just weird that they turned it into a haunted mansion.
Let's reach out. Maybe, that's a weasel.
That is it was a weasel, a badger, Wolverine, I don't know what the hell that is.
Sure, I'm not a zoologist. All right.
Okay. Oh, there's another weasel.
This guy loved weasels.
Don't call it the weasel, don't call it the brown room,
This
call
is
it the weasel room.
room.
This is the weasel room.
Oh, good.
England's famed weasel room. Ooh, he's reaching for the bottle.
He's reaching for the
This guy
gin.
knows what I'm talking about, hey?
He's about to close a big, what are you about to make out with the doll?
I can smell it on your breath.
What do we got reports of in this room?
Standard fare, whispers, but mainly it's the prominent figure of a shadow person standing back over there.
I get tired of hearing about shadow people.
Is that so?
Yeah, it might as well be like a coat on a coat rack, you know?
At this moment, our audio recorder picks up a whispering voice.
Coat rack, you know?
I'm gonna give you the floor right now. If you want to say anything or you want to let us know that you're here, we could turn our light off.
Would you like us to turn our lights off? Then it's all shadow. Then everything is the shadow man.
How do you separate shadow
Then
from
we're shadow men.
Holy shit.
Now it's dark.
Well, now that it may be easier for you to focus on us, do you have anything to say? I'm gonna give you a minute.
We can't see you now, so apparently this is the best time for a ghost to do something when it can't be recorded. So here's your moment.
All right, we're about to leave. I'm gonna turn my light on. Over in the corner now.
Ooh, swing and a miss.
In addition to plagues, some of England's more violent history actually took place roughly above the tombs we're in tonight. As early as the 13th century, England sometimes punished traitors to the crown by hanging, drawing, and quartering. This process, among other horrible things, would include pulling somebody's limbs off, possibly with horses, and finishing with decapitation. The heads would be placed on the pikes of Traitor's Gate, a gate that sat on an older incarnation of London Bridge.
Yeah.
Chill.
That's fair, I think.
Totally chill.
I mean, treason's
You're right. Treason's bad. Let's have a horse pull you limb from limb.
Again, we've sort of covered this, but they didn't have a lot to do back then.
So you're telling me that if you didn't have Netflix, you would resort to cutting people's heads off and putting them on funny little sticks?
Okay, now, if I'm reading a book and I'm like, well, this is the height of entertainment, and someone said, well, they're gonna pull someone apart into 4 little pieces outside, just slap 4 horses on the ass and watch them come apart. I'd probably just put my little bookmark in, close it, put my shoes on, and go outside to the town square. What's
fun.
wrong with that?
Lots of things. I could think of several things off the top of my
I am putting
head.
myself in historical context here. Nowadays, I probably wouldn't, but
I probably wouldn't. I'd think about it.
60% chance I'm saying no to that.
Some famous heads that once sat on these pikes included the head of Catholic conspirator Guy Fawkes, Oliver Cromwell, and Scottish freedom fighter and Braveheart himself, William Wallace. That being said, one detail I withheld regarding the remains found in the tombs we're exploring tonight was that some of the skulls found had holes in them, suggesting that some of the grotesque mounted heads that were once prominently displayed for the London public found a home down here in the London tombs. In fact, a medium that visited the tombs, aside from claiming to sense hundreds of tortured souls, also sensed the aforementioned Guy Fawkes.
All right. That's kind of
Or Guy
stupid.
Fawkes.
I don't know how it's pronounced.
F-A-W-K-E-S.
I thought it was Fox.
I think Fox. This Guy Fawkes.
This. Did you have that ready to go? No. Oh, damn. That was good.
Perhaps this violent history could explain the many dark figures that roam the hallways. Using laser technology, perhaps we'll be able to pick up movement.
So, in this hallway, they would give tours. The tour guide would be standing right here,
Yeah.
and they'd pan down this hallway. And they, at one point, a tour guide said they saw a man just standing at the back over here.
Okay.
So,
There are a lot of hanging things in that hallway. You don't think the shadows could maybe play with someone's imagination?
only one way to find out. So I want to put the laser grid over there so that we could see any movement. That way we'll be able to discern whether it's something moving or if it really is just shadows playing tricks on somebody.
Right. Wasn't very productive last time.
Well, it's not going to be productive every time. You got to remember, once again, capturing an apparition or something physically manipulating our world is like catching lightning in a bottle.
That's the holy grail.
Yeah, it's not going to happen every time.
Yeah. Or anytime.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's initiate the grid.
I'm doing it.
This is a lot more anticlimactic than I had hoped.
Oh,
That's fun, huh?
I enjoy that. All right, to the man who stands at the back of this hallway, who are you? Why are you here? Can you move for us? Can you move something? Could you move one of those pieces of clothing that's hanging?
While changing our batteries on our equipment, we heard loud footsteps down the hall.
Record.
We quickly turned everything on, but only caught the tail end of the noises.
Record. Hello? I don't know if our mic was recording, but something was definitely moving down there.
Do you want me to go look? I heard that down there too.
Hello? Jesus, this is fucked up. What the? You did hear that though, right? That was pretty loud.
It was very loud.
It sounded like footsteps. On this wood, because this, look, it wasn't this, right?
No.
Hello? Hello? Oh, come on. Oh, fucking good lord.
Oh, hey. Hello, sir.
Oh, we're in the Jack the Ripper room. Hello?
They hate that.
I don't know what that was. All right, let's go back. That was, oh,
Sorry, man. You almost had it. Evidence of a ghost.
pretty much our sound recorder was off. All of our equipment was off because we were changing batteries. And of course, in that moment, we hear the footsteps.
Convenient. Very convenient.
Yeah. I knew you were going to say that. And that's probably what most of the Shaniacs and skeptics are thinking out there. And frankly, I know that looks bad. It pisses me off. We catch just the beginning of it, but I'm wrestling with the EVP, so it kind of like overpowers the footsteps in the dark. Record.
again, it could be 100,000 things before it's a ghost. It could be one of us rubbing against something. It could be, someone on the crew making a noise.
All right.
I'd love to hear a ghost say something ghostly. I'd love to see a ghost. I'd love to see any evidence of anything at all.
Maybe the most active room in the tombs is a room referred to as the Roman Room. In this room, staff have claimed to see the apparition of a little girl named Emily, dressed in clothing perhaps from either of the Great Plagues. But what's most horrifying is the possible explanation for her frequent appearances in this room. According to current staff, a majority of the bones discovered during construction were actually found 1 floor below this room.
Maybe we'll see her tonight.
I'm sure you will.
Well, what if you see her? Then what are you going to say?
If I see her, then I'll believe in ghosts forever.
You heard it here first. This is your chance, Emily, to make history, to end the show.
You know how boring this show would be if I was as insane as you?
I'm not insane. I just believe a different truth than you.
Okay. But it would just be 2 people being like, I'm scared, and the other one being, I'm even scareder.
That's every ghost show in existence.
Is it really?
Okay, so right now we have motion lights at the foot of that door, the foot of this door, and where the spirit of the little girl is seen.
You all right, man?
I saw something over there.
What did you gotta collect
Anyways,
yourself?
if something passes those, we're gonna see it.
Who are we reaching out to here, like Romans?
No, that's just because it's Roman themed doesn't mean there's actually Romans in this.
Oh, this is not.
Just remember the backdrop of this place.
This guy looks like such a fucking sad sack. Oh. Why are you bothering me?
All right, whoever's in here, can you say your name? You say why you're here? Is there anybody in here with us right now? Emily, are you here? Is that even your name, or did they just give you that name? There is an uneasiness to this room.
You don't like it.
I don't know.
It's pretty quiet in here.
Yeah, why don't you do some reaching out? I did it in the last room.
Okay, so I'm talking to Emily.
Oh,
or am
shit.
What?
That fucking light turned on.
Maybe I moved.
No, you didn't move your arm over there.
No, I didn't. Oh, things are going tits up, Ryan.
Shut up, Shane. Could you move your foot again? Move your foot out. Move it out like you did. Left one. This one right here.
It's not turning on, Ryan.
All right, I'm gonna go walk over to that one. Why did that turn on? And I just saw something right there.
Because you've tested these, and they have the cone of influence, if we can call it that.
It's very
pretty
tiny.
narrow.
Yeah. Let me walk over here. Yeah, I mean, look at that. I had
Yeah,
to
you
walk
got
right
pretty
here.
close there. We may have caught ourselves a ghoul, Ryan. Okay.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I wanted to leave 0 doubt. This one is facing, the cone is actually smaller in this one.
Small cone.
Okay.
It's a small cone.
I'm rattled. I'm gonna compose myself.
All right. Gather your wits. Gather your wits. This is gonna be all over the news.
Here's the thing. It's because it's not a ghost over there doing the Macarena, we're not gonna have something compelling to skeptics. But it is weird that it turns on. You can see there's nothing there.
It is when I move, but I'll give it to you. That's a ghost.
I knew you were gonna say that too. We replicated the movement. We jumped up and down.
Yeah.
Doesn't turn on.
Great, you got a ghost.
Say at least odd. Give that at least an odd.
That's very odd.
With plague pits and ruthless executions, there's no telling what dark history sleeps within the confines of this maze. In an attempt to awaken this history, we're going to finish this off by individually walking and investigating the entirety of this zigzagging nightmare.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm in. This is fucked up. This is so fucked. Okay, I'm already lost.
These, we've seen all these. I don't know if I'm supposed to stop and just take every room in, just really enjoy it. Ah! We didn't spend a lot of time with this guy earlier, but I love him. These are kind of the ghosts we should be talking to. Funny train conductors.
All right. I met an old man once. His name was Father Thomas, and he told me there's nothing to be afraid of.
I mean, I won't lie, I'm very scared, but
Okay. Do not be afraid.
if anything happens, just do not be afraid. That's all you have to keep repeating. He said it a bunch of times in the Bible.
Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid.
And we progress through here. Ryan is truly going to lose his mind in here.
Once again, I met a pastor. He's a Vatican certified exorcist. And he said, do not be afraid, because nothing can harm you, and I have nothing to fear. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. This is where I saw something earlier, but it's fine. My hands are shaking, and I feel like I'm about to have a nervous breakdown. Okay. Do not be afraid, Ryan.
You know, there's a certain respect for the macabre in this country that you don't always see in other cultures.
Say it with me, Father Thomas. Come on. This is fucked up.
A lot of death in their history, and they've just got a fun way of dealing with it. I mean, look at this. Is this spectacular or what?
I can't hear you. Maybe I'll hear you later. Oh God, I heard something. Oh God, I heard something.
This is the Hall of Shadows, where you're supposed to see strange figures moving down there. I'm actually gonna walk through it in the dark. Or wait, no, maybe I'll strobe. Yeah, that's fun.
Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. There's a shadow man in here, maybe. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not gonna stay and find out because I'm not afraid. I am afraid, but I'm not gonna be afraid. I'm losing it.
Oh, ghosts? It's just me now. The one who doesn't believe in you.
It's just a maze with some mannequins. Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up situation. I know that.
It's a prime time to give me just a real good jump. Anything from you up there, sir? No.
Nothing's gonna happen to me. I'm not gonna die.
Now we're getting to the part that's a little more on the nose. We've got some hanging heads. Oh, me.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm scared of you. I'm not afraid to admit it. But you know what? I could be afraid, and it's fine.
Okay, here's a big spider.
What am I doing? I'm fucking backing out against my odds. I don't have anything to be afraid of. You know what? I don't have anything to be afraid of. You can't do anything to me.
What's supposed to be the reaction to this spider?
That's a big ass spider. Holy shit. Oh, come on. Clownland? You gotta be fucking shitting me. All right, I'm not gonna pretend that I'm not scared of this, because I am.
Oh, I hope there's no spooky clowns. Oh, it's a clown maze, folks. We got ourselves a clown maze.
Throwing clowns in here just makes no goddamn sense. You're already, spooky as it is.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Whoa, what the fuck? What is this thing? This is like a giant guar monster.
Do not be afraid. What was that? There was a creaky creak. Creaky creak creak.
Mondays, am I right?
Oh, look, it's the exit. Oh, if any of you fuckers try to sneak up on me, just know I'm gonna catch you on camera, and I'm gonna expose everybody to your little game. Ah! Oh, shit! Oh, God! Oh, God! Seriously, sir. Why? Why? God damn it. I almost fucking kicked you in the nutsack. All right. Fucking Christ on a crutch. Holy shit.
Yeah, I told him to check on you.
Yeah, I figured you did. I think we both knew that that's what happened. Don't phrase it, I told him to go check on you. Just say it how it is.
I was concerned. I wanted him to go check on you.
No, you didn't.
I didn't know he was gonna scare you.
Yeah, you know what you did.
I do.
Oh, thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, God. Oh, shit.
How you doing?
I'm so happy right
You
now.
didn't throw up or anything though?
I
You're
felt like I was
conscious,
gonna-
so that's good.
Father Thomas really helped me down there,
That's
I'm not
good.
gonna lie.
I found cookies.
The London Tombs sit below one of London's greatest tourist attractions, burying the misery and tragedy of London's past, away from the hustle and bustle of the city above. Based on our experience tonight, it's apparent that the unfortunate history may still remain, alive and waiting. But whether or not the London Tombs are definitively haunted will remain unsolved.